Momentum small caps hit their first record high since 2021, joining the S&P and the NASDAQ and the Dow Jones Industrial Average in uncharted territory.
Meanwhile, TikTok, tariffs, and NVIDIA looming large over a much anticipated phone call currently underway between Presidents Trump and Xi.
And President Trump, meanwhile, his war on the media is expanding as late night comics.
For interesting, nonetheless, because it's not one of these about whether he stocks about 1/10 of what.
In its profit and sales forecast, but Casper also expects a $1 billion hit from trade volatility this year because of President Trump's tariffs and the loss of a key exemption for low-value packages, throwing into question just how strong the holiday season is going to be for them.
By the way, do you know what the term bellwether comes from?
No, I have literally no idea.
A beater was a castrated male sheep that led the pack and wore a bell
Why weather though?
around his neck.
Bellwether.
Bellwether.
Oh, got it. That is very interesting.
Yeah,
Thank
from
you
the
for that,
old
Matt.
English. You're welcome. Home builder Lennar is struggling as orders for new houses fell short of estimates. You can see the shares down 3% in the free market. Home affordability, as you well know, has been a real problem for years in the U.S. And now the softening labor market could further challenge the housing industry, Danny.
Let's get back to the FedEx story, Matt, this morning. Joining us now is Bloomberg transport reporter Kaylee LaPera. Kaylee, thank you so much for joining. So push and pull between demand not being too weak, but tariffs still looming large. What was the overall takeaway for FedEx?
It was kind of an interesting one. I think the takeaway was that, you know, people are really happy to see that the company reinstated its guidance, and, you know, there was some optimism there, 4 to 6% revenue growth expected. And yet there is this looming, you know, cost hit from tariffs. So they're expecting about $1 billion headwind from that. And that's kind of where we're at. So people are thinking, you know, it's better than feared, really.
Yeah, in terms of its bellwether capacity, right? We judge the growth of the economy by, in part, how many packages FedEx is sending. How does that view look?
Well, it's a little bit muddled, really. There's they said that they are cautiously optimistic about the holiday season. So whatever that tells you, I think.
Nothing.
Yeah, right. There's, you know, demand has been pretty bad recently, you know, even since the boom of the pandemic. So even without all the tariff chaos, demand has been pretty low, and they're still expecting some pressure there. But it's not looking as bad as it could maybe.
Yeah, if you look year to date, we just showed the shares down like 20%, right? If you look over the last 5 years, which is, you know, a default time horizon that I always put into my Bloomberg, they have done nothing. In fact, they're down 6.7% if you don't reinvest the dividends.
It's kind of crazy because that post-COVID time of everybody shopping and mailing stuff was huge for FedEx not to have kept up with the S&P.
It didn't really do much for the stock. All right, Catherine, thanks so much. Sorry, Kaylee, thank you so much for joining us. Kaylee LaPera there. Let's turn back to home builder Lennar. Those shares are lower after orders fell just short of estimates due to the affordability concerns we were talking about. You can see the losses accelerating in the last 2 minutes and 30 seconds. The shaky labor market also obviously a problem for potential homeowners. Bloomberg Intelligence home building analyst Drew Redding joins us now. So Drew, how did the outlook look in general, and how did the quarter look for Lennar?
Yeah, overall it was a tough quarter for Lennar. 2Q orders were actually pretty strong, up 12%. But management said they continue to see pressure in the housing market and that they had increased their use of sales incentives to drive volume. Now, to give you a little context, last quarter, and we'll wait to see where things shake out in 3Q, but in 2Q, incentives represented 13% of the average selling price of the home. In a normal market, that's about 5 to 6%. In some of the most important markets like Texas and Florida, that's as high as 17 to 18%. And we're seeing that reflected in average order prices down 12%. So, you know, the outlook was certainly weaker. The 4Q delivery guide was about 15% lower than what consensus was looking for. Now, I think if Lennar was to tell us during the call that they're intentionally pulling back on deliveries because they think they could capture some upside in margin, I think that would be well received. But their margin guide for 4Q was also below expectations. So overall, a tough quarter.
Drew, but mortgage rates have dropped to the lowest of the year. Why isn't that helping them more?
So they did say they were optimistic about mortgage rates coming down and the Fed cutting rates, what that could mean for demand, but we haven't seen anything tangible yet in the results. Also, I mean, if you look at rates over the last couple of days, they're back up 25 basis points, almost 6.4%. So it's almost mirroring the situation we had last year, where rates came in pretty significantly prior to the Fed cutting. Then after the cut, they moved a little higher. Now, we do think that the reduction in rates is certainly going to help demand across the housing space. But do we think it's going to be the silver bullet for housing that gets us back to normalized levels of demand? I don't think that's the case, because you have to remember, rates, as important as they are still just one piece of the affordability equation. You have prices that are still 50% higher than 2019. You have rising property taxes, higher insurance costs. And, as you guys alluded to earlier, we have to start paying closer attention to what we're seeing in the labor market, because at the most fundamental level, the labor market is the most important driver for the housing market.
Yeah, there's a lot there, Drew. Thanks for walking us through. That's Bloomberg Intelligence's Drew Redding with all the home builders sinking in the pre-market trade this morning. Also happening this morning, it is Apple's launch of the new iPhone 17. It's its first noticeable overhaul of the smartphone in about 4 years. CEO Tim Cook greeted customers. You can see there at the flagship store in Manhattan on Fifth Avenue, something everybody who's been, I guess, camping out and waiting in line, which is where we also find Bloomberg Tech co-host Caroline Hyde this morning. Caroline, it's my understanding you did not camp out, and I think that was the right move. What has early reception for this new iPhone looked like?
I got here early, not that early, but really the palpable feeling of excitement was real, and the queue snaking around the building, as you see, not just in New York, but over in London, over in Beijing and Singapore. People are excited to get in the stores and touch and feel these new products. Now, it's interesting, there's actually quite a few protesters here as well, which I will make clear, and that was more around child safety. But most people were here to congratulate finally a bit of an overhaul in the look and the feel of an iPhone 17. Now, remember, it's really the pros that everyone are very excited about. The price point is about $100 more expensive than the last year, but there is much better battery, much better camera, and that's what people want to be going into. The Air, on the other hand, look, it's $100 cheaper, $999, but it's very thin, very light, and therefore doesn't offer perhaps some of the capabilities that you really want from a camera and from a battery life. But it is a new overhaul, it's a new look. And it's a competition that we're finally seeing with Samsung, which has had that very thin, sleek look for a little while already. And remember, Samsung is on its 7th round of foldable phones. So this is why really Apple's trying to show that it's got its mojo back when it comes to the prowess of innovation, of looks, of design. But there have been a few worries, particularly in China, about the aluminium that's back in force on the backs and the structurability of that. So look out for some of those reports. But really, people are rushing to get in, being able to walk out with their products. I was stood next to an influencer who had 3 million followers, who gets in a van and drives around the US telling stories. And he had his moment with Tim Cook, as I had, and got his phones really signed by the CEO that for many is a bit of a legend. So we saw a lot of excitement. The key question is, can they drive up sales, particularly in China, where they fall a sum of 6% in the run-up to this quarter at the moment?
It's I know that we've been talking about this since the introduction, but it is pretty impressive that Apple has managed to keep the price so low, relative to what it was last year, with these tariffs in effect, right? Because it still makes the lion's share of these phones in China and India, both of whom have massive tariffs in place, although Tim Cook.
You know why? Because the margin on these phones are extremely high between what it costs to make them and what they're selling them for. On top of, most of these phones have some sort of subsidy because of a trade-in policy with your carrier provider. So it's so idiotic. I mean, all right. Hello, my name is DrPaulCottrell, and we are live streaming on YouTube today and on my website, the-studio-reykjavik.com. We're also simulcasting on X Spaces. If you have a question about the news that we are covering, please type it into the chat or go to X Spaces and ask for the mic and you're on live. This is an interactive show. We're going to be talking about the markets and breaking news. Thank you for joining. This is all free content. I do thousands of videos like this for free. Please help support the work that I do by making sure you subscribe to all the channels. I have 4 channels on YouTube, Brighteon, Bitchute, and Rumble. All the links are in the description. Follow me on X and GETTR. You can also follow me on Patreon and Substack. These are ways to support my work. You can also share the links, ask your social media to follow me. You can donate on my website, the-studio-reykjavik.com. You can donate through Stripe, PayPal, or buy me a coffee. You can be a paid member to my Patreon channel or my Substack channel. But again, all the content that I create is for free because I believe that when you're covering the news and you're giving your opinion, it shouldn't be behind a paywall. It's that simple. If you pay attention to me about how to improve your health and your wellness and how to even trade the volatility in the market, you'll benefit. You'll benefit by improving your health and slowing down the aging process and boosting up your immune system, but you'll also make some money in the market. All you got to do is listen, and these videos are for free. Amazing how that works, huh? It's called capitalism. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, get the great products that I offer, follow the protocol that I have, and you're going to notice major benefits in your health and wellness. So with that said, let's go to some of the news. All right. Right now, Live Now is talking about Charlie Kirk. So let's jump into Live Now here.
Done with respect and an intent with a loving approach, tried to push forward his views and offer them as an alternative to those that debated him. Mr. Speaker, I'd also like to point out that a widow and 2 amazing children are now left without a husband and a father. And to Eric and those children, I'll just say that God has a special place in his heart for the widows of the world. Since ancient times, the widow of Zarephath with Elijah, the mite that the widow cast into the temple treasury, as well as Jesus Christ's own mother, Mary, a widow, whom Jesus on the cross, while he suffered and died for all mankind, offered that widow, his mother, to his most beloved apostle to take care of for the rest of her life, make sure that she was cared for. Eric, I'll just say to you and your children, God has a special place in his heart for the widows, for the orphans, and you also have a special place not only in my heart, in the hearts of millions as you suffer through the loss of your husband, as well as the father of your children.
Okay.
Mr. Speaker, I'm inspired by...
So what we're going to do now is we're going to pivot over to CNN, them talking about they're demonizing Trump because he hasn't solved inflation yet, even though the inflation that we have is an aftershock from the Biden administration because of bad fiscal policy during the COVID years and the misreading of data by the Federal Reserve and not doing shock therapy when they needed to. But they won't talk about that. They'll only talk about Trump.
Cashback on every purchase, every category, with no cap on how much cash you get back, all with no.
Aaron Brown.
President Trump is ramping up his effort to fire Lisa Cook. In other important stories to watch, she is, of course, a Biden-appointed Federal Reserve governor. And he's asked the Supreme Court to terminate Cook, Trump calling her, quote, ethically compromised in the filing for reporting 2 different homes as her primary residence.
She is. And by the way, she was also a DEI elevated candidate into the Federal Reserve. Amazing how that works. Do as I say, not as I do type one.
Documents. Now, just laying all that out very clearly, because this development comes just one day after Bloomberg News reported that Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent also simultaneously claimed 2 homes as primary residences on his mortgage documents. They say on mortgage documents signed the same day. Bessent's lawyer responded to Bloomberg, quote, nearly 20 years ago, Mr. Bessent's lawyers filled out paperwork properly. The bank has confirmed it was done properly, and this nonsensical article reaches the conclusion that this was done properly. Now, that could all very well be true. Because the reason that this is a story is because of Trump. It is because by the Trump administration's standards, having two homes claimed simultaneously as a primary residence warrants criminal investigation.
If somebody's claiming two primary residences, that is not appropriate, and we will refer it for criminal investigation.
Okay, that is Bill Pulte. That is the standard of the Trump administration. He is the top federal housing official on this. He has referred not only Cook for criminal investigation over alleged mortgage fraud on this issue, but two other top Trump critics, including Democratic Senator Adam Schiff and New York Attorney General Letitia James. Now, they all deny any wrongdoing. There's been subsequent reporting from ProPublica and now Bloomberg looking at the Trump cabinet and finding that indeed it turns out many in Trump's inner circle did the exact same thing as of now. There are no criminal investigations.
Really? The exact same thing? The exact same thing? Really? Within 2 weeks, claiming primary residence for new mortgages? No, I don't think it's the exact same thing. And this is the problem with CNN. It's just that they're loose on the facts. They're not getting into the details. They don't talk about the nuance. And they want you to think that Bassett is a bad guy. Now, think about it. What is Bassett doing? He's going against the standard transnational capitalist mindset. He's America first, not America last. He's not pro-globalization. And so now they're like saying, well, Bassett must be a bad guy. He must be a bad guy. Really? Really? It's exactly the same thing. Lisa Cook, within 2 weeks, was trying to do fraudulent mortgage applications that happened to be approved. For how that happened, who knows? And by the way, Bassett doesn't control the interest rates for mortgages. The Federal Reserve does by having intervention in the markets, by adjusting the federal funds rate, going in with quantitative tightening or quantitative easing. And who sets the rate? The Board of Governors. It's not exactly the same thing. But Aaron Brown, the gumshoe journalist, is going to try to take down Bassett.
You're talking to Dan Ives, and I appreciate both of you very much. So Dan, here we are. As I said, this is literally a story for one reason, and one reason only, and that is because of what the Trump administration is doing, and the standard that they have explicitly put out that they are applying to 3 people who are critics of the administration or they don't like what they did in the case of Cook and her interest rate vote, and to none of the individuals that's included in the Trump administration who have also claimed that by their rule the same thing. So, what do you make of this? Now Bessett's in the middle.
Look, I think part of the problem is that when you politicize the Fed, there's really there's a huge ripple effect. And I think it's exactly what you don't want to see happen. Look, this is such an important time, right? And the Fed just cutting, everything we see with the economy, and you can't put the genie back in the bottle. And I think that's the problem here, is that it's shots across the bow, left and right. And I think now this is something that once it's unleashed, you can't stop it. But as we've talked about, the important thing is not to criticize the process with the Fed. That's so important to the independent.
So important. And Jerome Powell, I watched the whole thing yesterday, carried himself as if it was 2015. I mean, he was the same Fed as he's always been. And that was clearly the way that he chose. Yesterday, Peter, Lisa Cook was one of 11 Fed officials who voted to cut interest rates. There was unanimity except for one. Okay. And that was the first rate cut in 9 months. She had held out other things. There were, 2 dissent. They all were in line, except for Stephen Myron, his first day at the Federal Reserve. So he missed all the pre-meetings, but he cast his vote. And he still holds a position as a top White House advisor. Trump made it clear he wanted 50.
basis point, half a percentage point cut. One person voted for that. It will come as no shock to anybody watching in the world that we live in, but it was Stephen Myron. So what does that mean when we talk about the importance of the Fed's independence?
You know what, if you listen to, and it's, I think everybody should do it, anybody who's listening, interested in finance and, or just, I don't know if it's politics or what, but just to listen to the news conference that Jay Powell put on yesterday, because it's just, the breakdown is extraordinary. He had to unpack the bag. He had to make a case for why he made this decision to cut rates, first of all, even though he had held his ground last meeting in August. He gave us no inkling that he was going to do that. In Jackson Hole, he pivoted because all the economic data that's come out ever since then gave the case for
We just talked about the weakest job market in 14 years.
To be perfectly honest with you, I thought 50 was also appropriate, so I'm gonna dissent. I'm gonna dissent against it as well. And it was not because Mr. Trump called me and told me to say that it was 50 basis points. I believe that the
Well, maybe
economic
if Trump
data.
didn't say that and then have his advisor go in and vote for that, people wouldn't be questioning it, right?
You know,
That's the
But also,
point.
I believe that it was an appropriate number. So, look, the fact is that, yes, that's what he called for, and the one who he appointed just recently called for that as well.
I'd also say to his point, what it just shows is like, okay, what's the dot plot? What's the path now? Knowing when Powell's gone in May, who's coming in next, and you're gonna have massive cuts, and that's what everyone's trying to figure out in terms of the market.
You heard him say that the independence of the Fed is so important. He said it in the news conference.
And then
yesterday. He laid that out.
And he did, and that's why I say, it was 2015, and I watched it, it's just different ways that people in these institutions are choosing to handle an unprecedented moment.
Yeah.
And Jay Powell chose to handle it by saying, I am doing my job as I have always done.
Yeah.
And you asked me the questions you've always asked me because the Fed is the Fed, and that was the way you chose to handle it.
Could I do a drum roll because the whiteboard's back?
Yeah.
Whiteboard's back, okay.
Drum roll.
Okay, so
Whiteboard's back.
we talked about what Powell said, weakest job market in 15 years. He pointed to immigration specifically for that. But then part of the reason people are so concerned is he also said inflation is still a problem, which would have led you to maybe not do that interest rate cut. He's worried about much more worried about the economy. Inflation, just to give everyone a sense of where we are, because we all feel it. Here's my little drawing of the day. If I can do this, can you tell what I just drew? Like a little cup. Oh, yeah, a little cup with hot. That's coffee. Cup of coffee. But to the daily life that we all face. So the average pound retail price of coffee, so this is what you actually buy, not when you're buying it on wholesale. Coffee beans is at an all-time high of $8.87 a pound. $8.87 a pound. That is the average among the 75 urban areas priced for CPI. So they're looking at that. That is a stunning number, and that is a real problem. So rates are theoretically going down, but you got this.
But it speaks to what we talked with Powell, because if you look, relative to tariff, he would have cut, I'd argue, 25 bits last meeting, but you look at the inflationary numbers, even though you could argue that they're cutting, like it's still something to be focused on because the prices are high.
I'm going to send one last quick comment because I think that Jay Powell did a spectacular job taking us from 8.5% inflation down to where we were. That target number of 2% seemed a bit erroneous. In my opinion, he should have gotten down to when we got to 2.5, spike the football and claim victory.
Stop drinking coffee. Now he's drinking tea.
All right, thank you both.
I don't like Aaron Brown. I think it's always, and Aaron Brown on CNN is always orange man bad. Always. She never says anything positive about Trump. Now, if you're going to put someone if you're going to nominate, or not nominate, but if you're going to elect someone to be, it's nomination because this goes through the Senate. If you're going to nominate someone, of course, you're going to put someone that is more in line with your economic policies. I mean, that's just a foregone conclusion. You're going to nominate someone that's not. That doesn't make any sense. So, of course, someone is going to be in there. And so the Federal Reserve has never been completely autonomous. There's always been times where either it was pressured by the White House or by the Treasury Department, or even pressured by foreign markets and foreign coordination with other central banks. So don't pretend the Federal Reserve is completely autonomous. I mean, get real. It's not. Now, it is worrisome about inflation. See, there's a difference between what I think should be happening or what should be happening and what will happen, right? What will happen is the Federal Reserve is going to continue rate cuts through this year and next year. They're probably going to do another quarter point this year and continue cutting. They're going to go from about, the Federal Reserve is in a range, 4% to about 4.25%. It's probably going to go as low as averaging at around 3.25. All right, so it's going to go down another 100 basis points. Now, that would mean further rate cutting in 2026. And that projection is probably due to a weakening of the job market. Now, the problem comes in is that inflation is relatively sticky still from the Biden administration. And it's not so clear if tariffs have really truly affected the inflation. And if it did, maybe 0.5%. So if PCE is coming in at 3.1, or let's just say 3 for easy mathematics here, then it would have been at 2.5. Now, you have a 2% target with a plus or minus. So maybe 2.5, 1.9 or 1.8, that range. But on average, you want it to, the target's around 2%. We're running hotter than that. So if we keep on cutting and interest rate and inflation, I should say, stays elevated above the 2%, closer to 3 than it is to 2, then it's going to be problematic in terms of price elevation. Inflation is going to go up because what's going to happen is that the job market is going to be somewhat stabilized. Maybe more hiring takes place, and then there's going to be further fueling of inflation because they're printing money. That's when they're printing money. Now they can offset that printing of money. See, this is where the nuance comes in. It's more complex than just lowering rates. So you have high inflation, or above 2% target, let's just put it that way, of approximately 3%. You're cutting rates, that's inflationary. That should weaken the dollar theoretically and bring down yields on the yield curve, assuming everything else is constant. They're pumping more money into the system. So that's inflation. But they're concerned about the job market. So if job market starts to soften, that's a deflationary signal into the market, even though you have prices going up. Now, the concern that I have is that we're in stagnation, where you have a stagnant, low or negative growth in GDP with increasing inflation. Now, the Federal Reserve are pumping some money in that's trying to stabilize the job market. But you have this little uptick of inflation, maybe from tariffs, maybe not. But let's just say that some of the tariff increase is moving this inflation number up. The Federal Reserve is trying to do quantitative tightening. And when they're doing the quantitative tightening, so they change the rate, but there's also a longer part of the curve that they can affect by selling assets into the market instead of buying assets or changing the rate. So they're doing quantitative tightening. So they're lowering the rate and then they're doing a calibration with the quantitative tightening. And when they do the quantitative tightening, they're selling assets in the market and extinguishing money that's coming in. And In a perfect world, it would be neutral. They haven't created any new money supply. If they over quantitative tighten, they're actually extinguishing the money supply, and the dollar should go up, and actually inflation should go down. So there's this other aspect of the calibration through quantitative tightening that no one's talking about. And that's maybe what the Federal Reserve is doing, that if you just look at lowering the rate, that seems to be inflationary. But if you go in with the quantitative tightening, you should be able to bring that inflation down. So in essence, I would continue the quantitative tightening of the Federal Reserve balance sheet. But the problem comes in is that you have to do it slowly because you don't want to affect the weak job market. So they're stuck into, you know, in this situation where they're trying to help the job market, but they're also trying to prevent going above 3%. So quantitative easing, quantitative tightening could be that mechanism to bring down that inflation, but the side effect of it is potentially hurting the job market. Whereas lowering the rate, the federal funds rate, actually helps the job market theoretically, but could actually elevate inflation as a side effect. All right, please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the great products that I offer. But before we do that, before we talk about that, we have the market is opened, and it is the S&P 500 is trading at 6,647 with a VIX at 15 handle. Euro is trading at 117, and the Japanese yen is trading at 147.9. Natural gas is trading at 2.8. I'm a little surprised that natural gas hasn't stayed above the 3 level. It was trading at 3.1 and then dropped back down. And Bitcoin is trading at 116,000, and BITO is trading at around $20 a share. Okay, with that, please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the Myotrol. Myotrol helps with gene expression to build muscle. Do resistance training, drink filtered water, take Myotrol. This works really well if you're 40 years of age or older. Do that resistance training throughout the week. Take the Myotrol. This has polyphenols, flavonoids, and lignans to help with that gene expression to build muscle. This will reduce the muscle atrophy and allow you to build that muscle, maintain that muscle. And it also helps with the health of the mitochondria that will boost up your ATP levels. So when you take Myotrol, you're going to start noticing that you're building muscle and maintaining it. Super important as an part of an anti-aging protocol. But if you're an athlete, younger or older, you will benefit from taking Myotrol. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the Myotrol and help with that gene expression to build muscle and to maintain muscle. Super important as part of an anti-aging protocol. Another aspect to anti-aging is making sure that your immune system is boosted up. All right, you can boost up your immune system by taking vitamin C and magnesium, but vitamin C and magnesium also helps with brain function and skin. Magnesium and zinc helps with brain function and immune system. Magnesium also adds to the efficacy of vitamin D3. It makes vitamin D3 work better. So it behooves you to make sure you get the magnesium and zinc and the vitamin C and magnesium, take them together, boost up your immune system, help with your skin, and help with your brain function. And get this for the fall and the winter to be prepared. Boost up that immune system. Because if you've been paying attention to the wastewater, something bad is coming in the fall and the winter, and some people already have it. Now, you can either take my advice or don't take my advice. But you will, for sure, know people that are going to have problems in the fall and the winter. Now, are you gonna prepare for it or not? Because if you don't prepare, don't be surprised that there are negative externalities after you contract something. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Use discount 5, you get $5 off any order. Follow my health protocol. It will boost up that immune system, slow down the aging process, and improve your chances to weather the storm during the fall and winter.
Continuing to lean in to U.S. equities. We have international. We've been favoring international growth over international value, which has worked out nicely for us. But by and large, we're leaning into the United States, given higher quality stocks here and those better relative earnings estimates.
I will say, of course, the dollar weakness has been a big story, down 10, 11, 12% from its highs. But even if you strip that out, right? If you look at the WEI, World Equity Index screen on the Bloomberg terminal, the last two columns show you a net of the difference gain at the end, and then just a plain Jane gain in the second last column. The DAX is up 19%. The IBEX 35 is up 32%. The FTSE Mid is up 24% without the dollar gains. So it's just, I mean, as someone who lived in Germany and the UK for many, many years, it's just shocking to me see this kind of outperformance.
Are you upset that you're not there with like a pension in Germany?
Yes, exactly. Because like with the dollar, right, in Spain, in Madrid, their benchmark index is up 50%.
Yeah, it's beating the NASDAQ, it's beating the golden children of this market, which is the tech people.
Yeah.
But it's not just that, Emily, by the way, it is also small caps that have been on a tear since we got that August 1st jobs data. But Dan Greenhouse's Solus has this thing that's basically like, yeah, maybe you get bullish because rate cuts are happening, but do you actually know what's in the Russell 2000? If you look under the hood, it's companies like Z-Space, Vroom, Nerdy Inc. I looked those up on the member screen. I'm sure they have great management companies, but Emily, they're not household names. It's not ones you necessarily know what they're doing. Is there a risk that we're getting over enthusiastic about rate cuts and failing to actually look at the fundamentals of this index?
Yes, that is definitely a major risk right now. And the challenge that we've had with small cap equities is that about 35% of the Russell 2000 index is comprised of unprofitable companies. Right now, small caps are naturally rallying on the prospect for lower rates. These companies have much higher levels of indebtedness, but a lot of them don't make money. So we would fade the rally. We think it's a little bit more of a rental than a buy right now as it relates to small caps. We would look at going up in market cap to mid cap stocks. They're much higher quality. We also like large caps. Obviously, we've got a big valuation issue within the mega cap space, particularly within tech. We still like tech stocks up in cap in the US, but I think really mitigating the valuation risk there with mid cap equities and getting a totally different relative sector composition with things like industrials within mid caps, we think makes a lot of sense in terms of diversification.
Emily, this has been so fantastic. Please come join us again soon. Manulife John Hancock, Co-Chief Investment Strategist, Emily Rowland. By the way, Matt, Nerdy Inc., if I'm going to pick on a stock, it obviously is the nerdy one.
Yeah, I agree.
We're $250 million worth of market cap, down 17% year to date. Again, it's kind of one of these companies in the Russell 2000 that's not doing well. And it kind of, the mask of yay rate cuts is maybe covering up some of the individual members.
Vroom.
Yeah.
Vroom.
What does Vroom do?
Retails automobiles,
Oh,
new and used cars, spare parts and accessory, does maintenance. It's a $150 market, $150 million market cap.
Okay, yeah.
And obviously no earnings, so you can't get a PE of any kind.
Yeah, exactly. All these unprofitable companies. Let's get a check on overall small caps right now, because I think we are going to hit another all-time high, not small caps, I should say, on the large caps, the ones in the name.
Time until the close with Romaine Bostic.
Yeah.
And Katie Greifeld. Just wait.
Yeah, okay, there you go. Well, here's where we stand on the large cap index. Here are the names you know and love. It is Apple.
All right, let's go to Fox Business about British political revolution coming.
Download the app and get 50% off your first Wonder order with code 50Google. Gusto is the best choice for small business payroll. It's fast. It's trusted. It's a great.
A special guest join me now, Julia Montague. She's an American who married into British nobility and she became the Countess of Sandwich. Okay, does this state visit, does it cement the American special relationship with the Brits?
Well, there's always been that special relationship, but I think last night really took it that step further. There's a lot of symbolism. So if you look at the after dinner drinks in particular, there was the 1945 vintage port, which was tribute to, of course, Trump having been the 45th president. And then there was the 1912 cognac, which is the same year that his Scottish mother was born. So, and absolutely
Nice touch.
incredible. Absolutely.
Very nice touch. Okay, Lady Sandwich, listen to what Trump had to say about the honor of his historic second visit to the UK. Watch this.
It's a singular privilege to be the first American president welcomed here. And you think about it, it's a lot of presidents, and this was the second state visit. And that's the first, and maybe that's going to be the last time. I hope it is, actually. But this is truly one of the highest honors of my life. Such respect for you and such respect for your country.
All this pageantry, it's used to sort of flatter President Trump. Is that because the Brits need President Trump?
Yes.
Well, the Brits are just very good at pageantry, tradition, pomp and circumstance. And of course, President Trump, now having met, President Trump having met now two monarchs. I mean, that's rather extraordinary, considering the late Queen Elizabeth II was the longest reigning monarch. Now he's been greeted by not only, of course, King Charles III, Queen Camilla, but the Prince and Princess of Wales. They pulled out all the stops, absolutely.
Do you think it makes a difference to President Trump? I know he likes this, but does it influence him?
Well, absolutely it does. This is, his mother was Scottish born. He had said himself how much he, really enjoys all the royalty, the pomp and circumstance. You saw him when he greeted, in particular, the Princess of Wales on arrival. I think he was quite surprised that he was being greeted by them. Wonderful, I think, show of this pageantry and this pomp and circumstance, as I said earlier, that we know, but also, they really put in an extraordinary amount of effort to make sure that he felt welcomed.
Forgive me for asking a personal question, a historical question, but am I right? You are Lady Sandwich. Am I right in saying that your distant relatives, way back in the past, created and invented the sandwich?
You are correct. The fourth Earl sandwich, that what we eat today is all because of him.
You haven't lost your American accent. Nothing.
I haven't. No, a little bit there.
Do you feel you fit? I think this is an awful question to ask, but do you fit into British society?
I try to fit in as much as I can, but I also make sure that I keep my American roots. I celebrate Thanksgiving every year. My children always went to school with cupcakes for the 4th of July. They're rooted in American tradition just as much as they are rooted in British tradition over here as well.
I'm going to go back to you. Do you think that that Britain will embrace Trumpism?
I'm not sure about embracing Trumpism and this word. I think it's about embracing the special relationship, which they always have. And last night was a real celebration of that bridge between the two countries. And that was wonderful to see.
Okay, Lady Sandwich, thank you very much for joining us. Niall Gardner, same question. Do you think that the Brits will embrace Trumpism?
I think they are already, actually, and we're seeing the winds of change blowing across the UK. I think we're going to see a political revolution in Britain in the next 4 years. In fact, I spoke last night with Nigel Farage, who may well be the next British Prime Minister. And I do think that President Trump is an inspiration, of course, to those in Britain who want to see real political change here, who want to see secure borders, an end to mass migration, who want to see a return to a celebration as well of British heritage, history and culture. And at the moment, you've got a very left-wing government headed by Keir Starmer. The British people are reacting against Starmer. Starmer is the most unpopular prime minister of the modern era here in the United Kingdom. So I think that we are going to see a political revolution in the UK, a Trump-style revolution, yes.
Would you go that far, Lady Sandwich? A political revolution?
I'm not the politician here. I'm gonna leave it over to Niall. I just like all the pomp and circumstance and of course the gold dress that the Princess of Wales is wearing and the tiara. And again, solidifying that special relationship, I think, is the most important.
Nigel Farage was on the show yesterday on this program, sitting right there. He said that all over Britain, suddenly, the Union Jack was beginning to appear. Have you seen that?
I think that, the Union Jack, for me, I've always seemed to notice it. Maybe not, it's not as pronounced as, of course, in America. When I go back to America, it's wonderful to see the American flag out so many homes. It's everywhere. But little by little, I've noticed, yes, definitely the Union Jack is being flown more.
I'm sorry to put you on the spot, ladies and gentlemen, but I do. And I hope you'll come back again someday
Absolutely.
when you get to New York.
Absolutely.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Appreciate it.
I paid for my own college, so I knew I'd have to start at Hewlett.
Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the heirloom barley. Heirloom barley is dual purpose. It's going to help to detoxify your body, which is super important to do every day, bring down inflammation, and soak up free radicals with superoxide dismutase. This is a high-density protein. Mix it with soft foods, filtered water, a smoothie, or even with milk, but take it every day. It's a month's supply. And by detoxifying your body, you're helping your endocrine system and your immune system, even your brain function. By detoxifying your body, you're also helping with your vascular system and your kidneys and your liver. Bringing down inflammation, that helps with your cardiovascular health, that helps with your immune system and your endocrine system, that helps with your joints, that helps to recover after a workout. And by bringing down inflammation, chronic inflammation, by bringing that down at the cerebral level, you're helping to protect your neurons. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, take the heirloom barley, and take it every day. And another great supplement that I have is collagen. Collagen, again, is dual purpose. Helps with your skin, helps with your nails, helps with the health of your hair, helps with joints and cartilage, musculature, and bone density. Take it every day. It's a month's supply. Again, mix it with soft foods, filtered water, a smoothie, or even with milk. And you can even stack it with the heirloom barley. But take it every day and do some resistance training. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Use discount 5. You get $5 off any order. It's all caps, discount 5. And if you spend $100 or more, you get a free gift until supplies last.
Mentioned, do you remember in the Biden administration, Republicans were furious about social media giants, that they were silencing people, that they were hurting their free speech by deplatforming President Trump. Marjorie Taylor Greene, for example, was kicked off one of the platforms. Matt, to that point, how different are these sorts of cases around free speech when it comes to the media? How do they compare and contrast with the Republicans had complained about, brought suits about when it comes to social media?
Yeah, so Brendan Carr is a fantastic lawyer. He knows the First Amendment law inside and out, but he also knows the politics of the situation, and he knows the difficulty of bringing challenges to some of his actions. These are not easy things to challenge. He's making the case that broadcasting is different than the internet because broadcasters are bound by what's known as the public interest standard. They have to serve the public interest. And if you go back 30 to 40 years ago, the FCC used to have rules that required balance and even treatment of political issues. The Reagan administration scrapped all that because of First Amendment concerns related to it. Brendan Carr is effectively trying to revive it. He knows that's going to be vulnerable in court if you litigated this all the way up to the Supreme Court. But as a practical matter, it's very difficult to actually litigate this stuff. He can lean on companies that he knows need his support, need his deregulation. Companies like Nexstar and Sinclair that removed Jimmy Kimmel from their networks or from their stations, and without ever reaching the courts on a big fight about this.
Yeah, and maybe it's important to note that Nexstar is planning to acquire a rival company, something that would require FCC approval. So maybe some self-censorship. Matthew, thank you so much for joining us this morning. Matthew Schettenhell of Bloomberg Intelligence. Coming up on
We're
the
going to
show,
go to the Hill here. They're talking about Trump establishes new crime task force. amid Memphis.
Welcome to Mutual of Omaha's Wild Kingdom. The largest land mammal in the world is the African.
Good morning and welcome to Rising. We have a great show for you today, and Amber is in the building on Friday as usual. How are you?
I'm doing well. It's good to see you.
Good to see you too. So tell us what's coming up on
I
Rising.
will. I absolutely will. All right. Coming up on Rising, former presidential candidate Kamala Harris is revealing who her real first choice for vice president was.
Plus, the CDC has an updated MMRV vaccine schedule, but some experts are sounding the alarm.
And Tucker Carlson is issuing a warning after Charlie Kirk's death, apparently over comments made by Attorney General Pam Bondi. But first, Lindsay, tell us what you're seeing in your lens.
Yeah, we have a lot to talk about today, so let's get to it. President Trump has now turned his focus to Memphis, making it the latest city he says needs federal intervention to fight crime. He signed an order alongside Tennessee's Republican Governor Bill Lee to establish a new task force there. Now, Trump compared it to what he already did in Washington, D.C., where more than 2,000 National Guard troops have been stationed for weeks. Here he is discussing the executive order to push this forward.
Very important because of the crime that's going on, not only in many cities, and we're going to take care of all of them. Step by step, just like we did in DC. We have virtually no crime in DC right now.
Now, this new task force doesn't just include the Guard. It ropes in the FBI, immigration authorities, U.S. Marshals, and more. And on paper, it looks like a major crime-fighting coalition. But when you scratch the surface, it's really about testing the limits of presidential power, forcing or threatening federal intervention in Democratic-led cities under the banner of, quote, law and order. And the numbers in Memphis don't justify this kind of escalation. Just days before Trump's announcement, the Memphis Police Department reported declines across every single major crime category compared to the same time period in recent years. Now, Memphis Mayor Paul Young made his position pretty clear.
I want to be clear, I did not ask for the National Guard, and I don't think it's the way to drive down crime.
Now, here's another problem. When the president deploys federal agents for street patrols, it doesn't just disrupt cities, it derails the work those agencies were actually created to do. So in Washington, we're already seeing it. As Trump deployment of federal agent there enters the second month, the effects are becoming clear. While crime keeps falling, the other investigative work on the FBI is being delayed, frustrating law enforcement and leading some people to actually quit. Many agents who were once focused on financial fraud or things like public corruption now spend 2 or 3 nights patrolling the streets. That means critical investigations, things like witness interviews, search warrants, and planning meetings are slowing to a crawl. So not only does this militarized approach put soldiers on American streets, it also takes away from the very investigations that actually keep our government accountable and our communities safe. That's why this should concern all of us. We're being conditioned to accept the military as a recurring answer to non-emergency problems. And when you normalize soldiers in the street, you normalize executive overreach. The truth is pretty simple. The military should not be policing civilians. So why are we normalizing it? Why are we so quick to welcome soldiers into U.S. cities as a fix for crime? This isn't about safety. It's about government power expanding where it really doesn't belong. If the past few years taught us anything, it's this. Once you normalize the extraordinary, you lose your ability to call it out when it becomes the rule. And when it comes to putting soldiers on our streets, we can't afford to play that game.
All right, so Memphis, apparently the next city Trump's looking to go into. He's also talked about going into St. Louis. Now, I think one of the important differences between those cities and DC, of course, is that there's a Republican governor who actually welcomes the National Guard coming in. So what is your take on, if the governor says that they want the assistance and he agrees with the president, then is that still overreach?
Well, and that's what I think. What we saw and the difference between specifically in Memphis is that the governor was standing right next to him when he signed the executive order and said, come on. And the mayor's like, no, I don't want to see this. But I really think that for the Republican Party, who was largely hands off of local cities and states and likes autonomy and been campaigning for that for my full lifetime, to see this rabbit hole or this can of worms opened up where we don't have dialogue with local leaders about how to support them in ways that they've been vocal about, whether Democratic or Republican. said we need more funding for certain programs or more police officers. Like literally, it's a numbers thing. And if we're not having conversations about how to solve this long term, sending the National Guard in, like even in DC, we're gonna see 30 days where obviously the crime will go down. There's more police on the street, there's more National Guard on the street, but then we're gonna see it go back or just plateau. Even the homeless population that was pushed out come back, because what's the long-term strategy? There still needs to be coordination, I believe, and not kind of this strict, like, I'm laying the iron fist down and President Trump just moves forward with things that, you know, the community is not asking for. There's also a whole layer about community relationships and trust. And so there's a large community that's saying, we're not comfortable with the presence of the National Guard here, and perhaps there's a different way to try to figure out a better solution that doesn't create an unnecessary enemy out of our National Guard.
Well, I'm glad to hear you say that apparently Democratic mayors are now asking for more funding for the police, because that was the case just a few years ago, right? A lot of them were calling for either defunding the police or rerouting police funding to different services. So if they are asking for more police funding now, I think that's good news overall. But really the problem is not just funding, but also a lack of people who want to be police officers, because there has been an environment created where police officers are really demonized. And in DC, even as Muriel Bowser rejected calls from the city council to reduce police funding, they still have a shortage of hundreds of officers, which is why the National Guard stepping in is so important. Because speaking to sources on the ground who have seen this firsthand, they talk about how the National Guard's presence has actually freed up the officers who are on the job to be able to focus on really serious issues and serious crime areas, like in Southeast or Anacostia, and solve crimes there where previously those issues would have been ignored.
And I think another concern is, because DC is obviously an anomaly, not like any other state, but when we're talking about going after the #1 crime city, my argument from the beginning has been, well, if it's really a national emergency, which DC wasn't even in the top 10, and he's naming Detroit when he was recently in the UK, the president is saying that could be next. He's skipping over several cities in Ohio that are on like the top 5, where he's not even having a conversation, and that governor is Republican and hasn't flat out said he wants troops to come. So if this is really an emergency thing and we're going through the top 10, it's almost like he's picking and choosing specific Democratic-led cities to make an example out of them, when he can talk to the governor of Ohio and get some of his cities off that top 10 list. And I just wonder what the strategy is. If it's actually like we're going in order of the top emergency, then fine. You know, in Memphis, have that conversation. The governor has now welcomed you. But otherwise now the rest of the cities, I mean, there's Cleveland, Ohio, Toledo, Ohio, like talk to this Republican governor and make it happen. And the Republican governor kind of like is laissez-faire, talk to those mayors. So he's not welcoming, but he's also walking the line saying that this might be a little bit of government overreach without saying it. And so we're kind of seeing that dialogue happen, but not just flat out because people don't want to go against President Trump, I believe, because they understand that's not, you know, with the base may not settle them and be comfortable for them to continue forward. But couldn't this all be handled, since these are non-emergencies, with dialogue and conversation and collaboration? And I think that those are the key things that are missing from making this a long-term, eventful and working strategy.
I guess the question though is, what is the dialogue that's being offered by, let's say, the mayor of Chicago or the mayor of Memphis? What are they asking the Trump administration to do that is reasonably going to bring down crime? And I haven't really seen them throw out any other solutions besides this temporary National Guard assistance. So I think it's fine to have, you know, conversations and collaboration, but when you have Mayor Brandon Johnson, for example, saying that he's not going to work with the Trump administration and he's furious that they're enforcing immigration law, they don't want the National Guard to come in to take on the homicide problem, that just doesn't seem constructive to me.
Right, but then we have a contentious relationship and we're trying to figure out who to blame first, right? Do you understand, we can agree that President Trump has a very direct style and approach of talking to people that doesn't land well with a lot of people. And when you start with force and kind of mention it in DC and then have a dialogue with Mayor Muriel Bowser after the fact, then that's what the format has been laid out of what it's going to look like. I'm going to do this, you respond later, oh, it's working, okay, now we talk. When really we can talk first and organize this. And so I think when you don't welcome the conversation on the forefront and expect the mayors to lead presidentially when you're not even doing that, that's a large request. When you are, when
the problem is that the mayors have failed. Their city is full of crime. They have lots of illegal aliens. They have issues with drug abuse. This society that they're a mayor of is failing. clean it up. If you can't clean it up, then the president needs to come in with special measures to clean it up. It's that simple. Get the job done. If you can't, get out of the way. All right. With that said, let's take a look at some of the other news. I think this longer format by Bloomberg about Trump bringing an end to U.S. free market capitalism is a question. I think we should play that. There are protests. Before we do that, there are protesters that are outside Broadview, Illinois ICE facility. It looks like there's some tear gas being thrown. I'm not sure if that's by the officers or by, yeah, it looks like from the officers. So let's just listen in here. This is breaking news before we go to a different video.
Once again, this is footage from just moments ago here.
It looks like there's conflict between the protesters and the ICE agents in Broadview, Illinois right now. So I'll be watching that and see if there's anything important to take a look at. Now let's go to this podcast by Bloomberg about U.S. economy.
Roku's self-serve ads platform. It's easier than ever with Ads Manager. Sign up today.
Bloomberg Audio Studios. Podcasts, radio, news.
The case of Intel was interesting, but I hope I'm gonna have many more cases like it. You know, you do have stupid people say, oh, that's a shame, but it's not a shame. It's called business.
Stephanie Flanders, Head of Government and Economics at Bloomberg. And this is Trumponomics, the podcast that looks at the economic world of Donald Trump, how he's already shaped the global economy, and what on earth is going to happen next. This week, we're sparing a thought for the boardrooms of corporate America and how Trumponomics is working out for them. Donald Trump has involved himself more directly in American businesses on a wider range of issues than any president in living memory. He weighs in on social media, in the courts, and especially in the Oval Office. So is it just Trump being Trump? Or will history also say this was the point where the US embraced the kind of state-run capitalism previously associated with Moscow or Beijing? Just a few examples to introduce the thought. In late August, you'll remember the president sealed the deal that gave the US government a nearly 10% stake in Intel Corp.
Celebrating that he got it to zero. What this means.
Shortly after calling on social media for the CEO of that semiconductor company to resign. The president's banned American chip makers from exporting chips to China, only to change his mind a few months later after the CEO of the chip giant NVIDIA paid the president a visit and agreed to pay the government a 15% tax on those chip sales.
The revenues that they make from those sales into the China market of the H20 when it comes to NVIDIA or AMD's equivalent once they start shipping those.
Something we don't yet know is even constitutional. America's commander-in-chief has also weighed in on everything from changed restaurant logos and clothing commercials, causing stocks to jump or sink on the basis of late-night Truth Social posts.
American Eagle shares are up 24% right now, and this is after President Donald Trump came out in support of the controversial ad with Sydney Sweeney in it.
And just this week, for example, he weighed in on a long-standing feature of US corporate life, saying, apropos of nothing in particular, that companies should have to report on a 6-month basis their earnings, not quarterly. So how are CEOs handling all of this? What is the Trump playbook for them?
With that 6-month quarterly, that 6-month report, semi-annual report, that's a dumb idea. That's a bad idea. More data, not less data, especially when you start going into new financial products that are tied to the underlying of private debt and private equity. There are ETFs that are now being created that are diving in to these types of illiquid markets. Well, don't you want more data, not less data, to understand what's going on? And then you have the deregulation that's taking place with the banking industry. So you're going to have new products, new financial engineered products with less regulation, with less visibility with their balance sheet, income statement, and cash flows. Now, will it blow up? Will it blow up under Trump's administration? No, but it will blow up after. And that's a big problem. So it's stupid to say less data. Of course, the companies love it because they can hide. But the ones that are investing wants accountability. How do you get accountability from the corporations that you're investing in? They release regular statements quarterly. It should be done monthly, not quarterly. But instead, they're going the other way. They want to do it semi-annually. Crazy. This is dumb pop. That is stupid.
And where are all of those interventions taking corporate American capitalism? Well, we're going to get into that right now with Shelley Banjo, Bloomberg's managing editor for Global Business in the Americas, who spends at least part of her time talking to chief executives who come through our doors in New York. Shelley, great to have you.
Thanks for having me.
And from San Francisco, Ian King, a reporter who covers semiconductors, hardware, and telecoms for us at Bloomberg. Thanks, Ian.
Hello there.
All right. Before we dive into their podcast, please go to my store, bud-studio-reykjavik.com. Get the structural nano silver soaps that I have. You can get it in lemongrass, charcoal tea tree, also in lavender and peppermint. But get a few bars for your household. Very high quality structural nano silver soaps. Use discount 5, you get $5 off any order. If you spend $100 or more on any order, you get a free gift until supplies last. But get those structural nano silver soaps. Very high quality, way better than what Procter & Gamble sells or Unilever, all right? And use it every day. And guess what? It's made from structural nano silver. You're gonna need that, especially for the fall and winter.
Shelley, I noticed that one of our esteemed colleagues, Wes Kosova, wrote this week a brilliant CEO guide to getting what you want out of Trump. I mean, if someone was trying to devise MBA courses now on handling this second term of President Donald Trump, 7 months in, what do you think will be in that kind of class?
I think the first thing is do not come empty-handed. Wes's wonderful story, as you point out, talks about this trophy that Tim Cook has prepared for him. We had the Coca-Cola CEO come in with a personalized bottle for Trump, and we can sort of mock this or laugh, but the indication is I am here to kiss the ring, and I want to start that from the outset the way you would go and visit royalty.
We've been talking about this over the last few days. It's not just these sort of, public times where you go to the White House and you lobby. It's also just the sort of never quite knowing what's going to happen next.
Right, exactly. Because you can understand what Trump might be after on, sort of the policies that he's into. But as a CEO, you're sort of living in fear that you're going to be the subject of a Truth Social post. And that is something that businesses and CEOs are terrified of because it's very hard to plan for. You can't really come up with a business case of what to do when this happens. The one CEO we had in last week told us that they actually did do a simulation with the board of what happens when you are the subject of a Truth Social post. So it's a conversation they're having at the board level.
And it's funny because I know people who do some of these trainings, and obviously social media is not a new thing. And I've heard sort of government relations and others talk about how does one handle it if there's a Twitter storm over something, you know, airlines deal with it all the time when you've got, you know, some prominent person stuck in a long line or their plane gets delayed. But I suspect, you know, there's a whole different set of rules if you're dealing with the commander-in-chief.
Absolutely, and it moves markets. We saw with the Cracker Barrel example that they, you know, spent a lot of time putting out a new logo. Didn't look all that, you know, controversial at the time.
Cracker Barrel, the famous U.S. restaurant chain, faces intense backlash after it tried to swap its old logo for a sleek new design.
And all of a sudden, it sort of, you know, stirred up a storm, saying, you know, why are you erasing our history? And so there was a huge backlash. And all of a sudden, you know, Trump is weighing in, the stock price is going down, and the CEO has to make a decision. Am I going to stand up for this? Am I going to, you know, fall back? And in the end, they caved. They said, you know, we're gonna go back to how it was. We're sorry. And if you think about that exercise, you're sitting there just developing a brand logo. You don't necessarily think, okay, well, what is the president gonna think about this brand logo?
Talk about audience of one, yeah.
And now you do. And so we had the Alaska Airlines CEO in a couple of days ago, and I asked him about this because they also changed their logo recently. And he said, it's not an excuse to say, like, we didn't think about it anymore. Like, we live in this world where you have to think about that. You have to think what's going to happen if, you know, the social media folks, if the president, if whoever is going to come out against you, what is your plan? And the anxiety that he said he was feeling as he was changing his logo.
So, Ian, we do know that the president likes doing big deals and talking to big companies who will then make promises with lots of zeros attached when it comes to investment and other things. Obviously, the big tech giants, the likes of Google and Apple, you know, there's been a lot of that in that area, but also in the area that you cover, we're obviously thinking more and more these days about AI and the semiconductor chips that go into AI. You know, how has the world changed just for the companies in the beat that you cover in the last 7 months?
I mean, it had already changed. We inherited an environment from the Biden administration where there was a unique level of government interest. And whether that government was in Washington or Beijing, the industry had become a tool of geopolitics. What's changed under the current president is the predictability. And on the one hand, the CEOs of the companies that I cover believe they've cracked the code. You know, they believe that sort of flattery gets you everywhere. They have a certain pattern in terms of behavior that they exhibit now. They will go to the White House, they will come out of the security gate, they'll look into a TV camera and they'll say the following words, which is, oh, we are so lucky to have this president who is uniquely interested in our industry. And then they will quote some large dollar number, which frankly, quite often isn't really related to anything concrete. And that pattern appears to help them in their relationships and allow them to open doors to other things. But on the flip side of that, as Shelley said, there's an element of unpredictability that has been introduced in terms of we are one social media posting away from a massive intervention in the fate of our company, in our company's earnings and our company's profits. And I think that is definitely taking its toll.
I mean, we obviously saw the kind of embarrassing example of that. The off-mic moment was when Mark Zuckerberg had a Meta was kind of caught after one of these sessions in the White House where he'd announced a big number for what Meta was going to invest, and then he was heard to be saying, "Oh, to the president, I wasn't sure what number to use. I hope that was all right." Which sort of goes to this choreography that people are engaging with and not necessarily a great attention to what the actual number is, at least from a business standpoint. But I guess the most extreme example, Ian, for those who haven't followed every turn, was where we ended up, where we started and where we ended up with the chief exec of Intel, Lip-Bu Tan. So just talk us through what happened to him, because there was a sudden Truth Social post about him saying he must be conflicted and must resign. And then the president said there is no other solution to this problem, but then it turned out that there was.
Yeah, this was an alarming moment, I think, in corporate history. This gentleman was brought in to rescue Intel. He is of, he's originally Malaysian, he's an American citizen now, he's of Chinese background. And there was a political sort of campaign to try to undermine him because of his investment links to China. links that we don't even know exist anymore, but that certainly historically was the case. And what happened was the president saw that and seized upon it and immediately jumped to the conclusion that Bhutan, the CEO of Intel, a publicly traded company, was in fact conflicted and should step down. That was a call he made. A week later, Bhutan is in the White House. Everything is great. And this CHIPS Act money that had been assigned to Intel under the Biden administration is suddenly switched into shareholding stake for the US government in Intel. So, I mean, how do you follow that? How do you plan for that? How do you run a company with that kind of set of possibilities in the air? And the answer is you don't, you just react. And that's not a way to run a company.
There's been some Republicans and certainly some sort of pro-market conservative commentators who've raised both eyebrows at that deal, but I think it's very striking how little opposition there's been to it or sort of concerns about it. And I guess one has to, just for completeness, I mean, NVIDIA is the other area, the other big deal that the president has made, which financially is probably even more significant for the company. We're talking about much bigger numbers, but also could be quite significant strategically for the US.
Again, it's geopolitics influencing the US policy. The underlying desire is to prevent China from getting access to advanced semiconductors because we believe in the US that is against national security interests. But somehow that's become negotiable. Somehow that has become the subject of a real estate deal. And if NVIDIA and AMD, which is a smaller company doing roughly the same thing, are allowed to send a certain type of chip to China now, a reduced capability chip, then they can do that, but with the provision that they give the US government effectively a kickback, 15% of that. And there's a whole, as you alluded to, fuss or concern about whether this is even legal. We spoke with the CFO of NVIDIA, so this is the world's largest publicly traded corporation. We asked her about how are you going to pay this 15%, and she said, "I'm not. There's no rules. There's nothing." That effectively, what she said is, "This is illegal. If I do this, I'm breaching my fiduciary duty. Can't do it until they give me a set of rules to do it." Those rules have not emerged, so right now it's not going to happen.
Shelley, I do want to get back to you because something that strikes me when you think about the kind of training that anyone who gets to the top of a company will have had, either implicitly or explicitly. I was sort of thinking about it before we started this. The implicit messaging has always been, you want to do everything you can to ingratiate yourself with the government, whatever country you are, but without it being evident and without necessarily calling attention or raising any question marks. Whereas it seems this is the opposite in this administration. Whatever you do to ingratiate yourself has to be completely open and ideally, you know, in the Oval Office with cameras rolling. That is quite a shift. And I just wonder, you know, are there even sort of legal worries in these boardrooms about needing to really very publicly engage in sort of quid pro quos with the federal government?
Yeah, I mean, the most striking example of that has obviously been Elon Musk and Tesla, and sort of how close you get to the president, where you're literally in the White House making and helping informing these decisions. And we saw the impact on Tesla. People stopped buying Tesla cars. You can sort of negotiate how much of that had to do with his association with Trump, how much it had to do with other things. But, you know, even we had the board chair of Tesla into Bloomberg this last week. And, you know, even she said as part of the negotiations with Musk with his pay package, like we would like to see him focus on Tesla. And so, you know, it does sort of raise the question of, you know, how much is it you're just doing your job as CEO includes now managing the emotions and the whims of the US president, and how close is too close and how far is too far. I mean, you haven't really seen a consumer backlash quite like at Tesla, at other companies. And so I think some Americans, consumers, and probably consumers around the world are sort of inured to it a little bit. They understand that this is part of the job. I think it's also a question of, are people really going to do what they say that they're going to do? Because I think a hallmark of the Trump presidency is we're throwing a lot of big numbers at you, a lot of big stuff, a lot of big threats. you don't know which ones are gonna come true. This week you had the TikTok deal come back into focus. I remember when I was living in Hong Kong in 2018, between 2020, you know, the first Trump presidency, and here we're talking about this. And so, you know, fast forward to 2025, we're still talking about the same thing that Trump was talking about. We're still talking about tariffs. Like, there's some things that just haven't happened yet. So how do you know as the CEO which ones to take seriously and which ones you don't? And I think the answer has become, as Ian sort of alluded to, like, you have to take them all seriously. But I don't know, you know, how much do consumers really get impacted by that?
You know, a part of the story of American capitalism was always sort of slightly economical with the truth. You know, there has always been an enormous amount of subsidies and lobbying. When I worked in the US Treasury, you know, having been brought up in the UK, I'm half American, I was sometimes surprised by the sort of assumption that businesses, the closeness of the lobbying and the closeness of the business relationships was certainly something that was different from the UK and seemed to be part of the American tradition, that you'd have businesses weighing in very directly on, you know, deals that were being done and other things, and there was no question of any wrongdoing. It was just like the way things happened. So, I mean, given that, is it surprising that you haven't had more businesses sort of say, hang on a minute, what kind of capitalism is this?
For sure. And we are seeing that right now build up, all these companies build up their presences in Washington. They're hiring the firms that are aligned with Trump and people who had come out of the Trump 1.0 administration who have now started up their own lobbying firms. And they're coming out and saying that outright. We're not hiding. This is what it means to be a good CEO in this moment in 2025. And so are companies getting closer with the US government or the administration's goals? Probably. I'm not sure if any of the consumers or investors seem to care at this moment. So far, we haven't seen some sort of big outcry or anything like that.
I guess so far we've mainly seen stock prices go up rather than down, which makes a difference.
Exactly.
Ian, if we just think about the potential long-term implications of this, and I've seen that there's been a debate around this, some saying that America is embracing, for better or worse, more of a kind of Chinese-style state-run capitalism. Other people, I saw Michael Strain, the director of economic policy studies at the American Enterprise Institute, said, you know, this is Trump being Trump, this is opportunism and a sort of thrill about having deals being done from Donald Trump. It's not a big ideological shift. I mean, even those two examples that you and I just talked about, taking a strategic share in an industry, a US company that makes something, chips, that we know is going to be sort of central to the future of the global economy, it doesn't seem, of all the things that Donald Trump's doing, that doesn't seem to me like the craziest thing. And it certainly is no different from some countries, you know, that aren't China, like France, for example.
Yeah, I mean, when you unpack that, there are a number of elements which I think talk to your point here. The first point is that he inherited an apparatus called the CHIPS Act from the Biden administration, and that was the kind of South Korean, Taiwanese development, state-directed capital development. Hey, we will give you money as a company if you do this certain type of thing. And that was the situation that Intel and a lot of its peers were in. What Trump said all along was, I don't like this. This isn't market capitalism. This isn't the kind of thing that the US government should be doing. What we should do here is, and then turn this into a loan. There was a lot of to and fro about this, but what he did was turn it into basically taking a stake and tried to sell that to his constituents, the US taxpayers, as, hey, this is a win for us. We've got something. This is a transaction. This is back to that real estate deal mentality. And so there's a complicated situation there. The other side of it is the geopolitical thing. There's one through line through the first Trump administration, the Biden administration, and the current Trump administration, which is the concern, the geopolitical rivalry with China. And that is a constant. That is something which has only increased. The only wrinkle has been, hold on a minute, maybe we'll let NVIDIA and we'll let AMD give the Chinese some of these old type chips, and that's the only wrinkle.
Well, you say it's the only wrinkle. I mean, we've discussed it in the past on this show with some of our geo-economists, at least one of whom was very heavily involved in the CHIPS Act in the Biden National Security Council. And I think that was the one that everyone has found very hard to square. If you think about the objectives of the first Trump administration, highlighting the risk of China, the way that Biden's administration kind of institutionalized that and to some extent developed it in the form of the CHIPS Act and some of the export controls that they put on board, and the way that continued in the first few months of the Trump administration with the initial ban on those chip sales. The reversal of that, you might say, just for the sake of a few bucks for the federal government, that's the one that people find hard to square in the kind of policy community. Is that also true in Silicon Valley, or they just think, oh, great?
No, I think it's back to what we were talking about earlier, which is the ability of CEOs to say the right thing, to appear at the right time. And what has effectively happened here is that the Trump administration has adopted the language and the thinking of NVIDIA Corporation here. NVIDIA has said, look, these chips are so old now, they don't matter. We're not even sure that the Chinese want them. Why can't we just send them there anyway and get that bit of money that we'll get for them, and we'll use that money to make America great again by paying for our research. Otherwise, if we don't do this, we don't have any presence in China. They do their own thing, and we've lost completely. And they've constructed this logical framework that kind of has the cogs have matched with some of the geopolitical concerns, some of the free market concerns that exist around this intervention, and made it work. And whether it's Howard Lutnick or others that have just decided to adopt this and allow this to happen, and then you have the man at the top who said, well, give me 15% and you're okay. That, I think, and the way it was done has caused concern. But the fundamental logic, I think a lot of even the hawks are like, well, okay, I can see that.
Shelley, I wonder whether anyone has observed that to you. I mean, there's a lot of deals that aren't really deals. They're not deals in the kind of corporate sense of, oh, there's a bit of paper or many pieces of paper and lawyers in the room and kind of clear terms. Sometimes they're unwritten. Sometimes we find in some of the trade, quote unquote, deals that, in case of Vietnam, for example, there was a profound disagreement about what the actual deal was after it was supposed to have been done. That is part of the issue, isn't it? That these deals are sort of semi-deals until the next deal.
Yeah, they're squishy. And I think going back to your original question of what is chapter 1, 2, 3, 4 of the Trump playbook, coming up with a big number that can't necessarily be tracked and promising it to the Trump administration probably deserves a chapter in that playbook, because, you know, you look at a company like Hyundai, you look at these drug makers, Johnson & Johnson, they're all coming up with these numbers and they're putting it forth. And I'm sure that they can justify it. But some of these numbers account for factories they built 5 years ago, inspired by Trump, maybe in Trump 1.0. So they're squishy numbers, they're squishy deals. The examples that Ian cite are a little bit more specific, but a lot of these manufacturing commitments that these companies have done and these ribbon cutting type scenarios are not some things that you can necessarily track and really hold accountable.
Shelley, I don't want to put you on the spot, but just before we end, it occurs to me that before you came back to New York, and when you and I first met in Hong Kong, and we tend to think that this is more of a quote unquote Asian way of doing things, you know, to have more of these kind of backroom deals and state government sort of strategic involvement. Does it feel similar, or does it feel like something completely unique to Donald Trump?
It's such an astute question, because when I was sort of reflecting on this idea of, is this just the now? Is this the CEO saying, I need to get through this, I need to move on to the next thing, or is there lasting impact? I think I came to the conclusion that the lasting impact is that the window can shift. And that, you know, if Trump pushes the envelope, now I'm mixing my metaphors a little bit, but if Trump pushes the envelope, you know, right, exactly, then it's sort of like opens it up for anything to happen. And that's sort of what had happened with China in so many different ways over the last, you know, number of decades, right? You start to normalize things little by little by little by little, and then you look back and you see, wow, this whole thing has created monumental shift.
I wonder, Ian, we think of the tech world now and semiconductors in particular as being something that is moving incredibly fast, and potentially decisions made now could be affecting, you know, the whole path of AI as it sort of takes hold of our economies and our societies. Do you think there are some lasting shifts here, or is it going to be a sort of a kind of Trumpian fever dream?
No, I think lasting shifts are in the offing, that there is an absolute policy in place, whether it's in Beijing, whether it's in Washington, whether it's in Seoul or Taipei, aimed at structuring things in a way that those economies and those sets of capabilities will succeed. I lived in Korea for 11 years and covering Korean companies. They succeeded because the government decided that semiconductors were important. Taiwan, TSMC, they succeeded partially because Taipei made that a national priority. That's happening in the US, and that's unprecedented, obviously, in many respects for the US. How it's done, whether it's done in an organized fashion, whether it's done in a logical fashion and a consistent fashion, to your point, is really important, because guess what? The chips that are being designed today, the chip technology that is being designed today, won't really be relevant for at least 2, 3, 4, 5 years. And even though the industry is moving very quickly, you are basically plotting your path towards success or disaster right now. So again, this mixture of countervailing forces, on the one hand, yes, interest is good, yes, capital is good, yes, easing restrictions is good. On the flip side of it, inconsistency is also kind of an anathema for the chip industry, because it's such a difficult thing to do and it plays out over such a long period.
Well, I think that is the point we've often reached in these conversations. You know, in principle, quite a lot happening here that could well make sense for America, for the world, but the way it's being done and the exact decisions raising some question marks, and certainly changing the way corporate America thinks about its relationship with the government. Shelley Banjo, Ian King, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the zeolite. Zeolite will bind to heavy metals, toxins, and chemicals. It'll allow you to urinate them out within 6 to 8 hours. You take this every day. Take 3 small drops underneath your tongue, drink the filtered water, and detoxify your body. Now, when you detoxify your body, you're helping your endocrine system, you're helping your immune system, you're helping your brain function, you're helping your cardiovascular system, your kidneys, your liver. Lots of systems benefit from detoxifying your body. So please go to my store and get the zeolite. Very high quality, take it every day. Now, let's talk about the foundation for the anti-aging protocol. Taking the complete multivitamin will allow you to have the multivitamins that you need as cofactors for enzymatic activity. These cofactors are super important so your cells perform properly. This is an easy to digest multivitamin. You can see on the label what's in it, all right? But these are the multivitamins that you need as a foundation to build off of. Now, the probiotics, I have it in a powdered version and a veggie cap version called the MB40 probiotic. Take either one of these, but take it every day. I prefer the powder, but some people prefer to take the veggie cap version. Take it every day, and what will happen is that you're going to be able to absorb your nutrients better. You're going to have better metabolism. You're going to have a healthier and more productive liver. You're going to have better communication between your gut and your liver. You'll have better communication between your gut and your brain. You'll be able to sleep better. You'll be able to consolidate memory. You're going to be detoxifying your central nervous system because you're in more cycles of deep sleep and REM sleep. And you're going to be well rested. So there's lots of benefits from taking a probiotic, including improving your immune system at the gut level. You're increasing the mucosal lining of your gut, increasing the concentrations of IgA, which is a type of antibiotic. And you're going to be increasing the health of your skin. So taking a good probiotic is really important, and stack it with the multivitamin as a foundation piece to build off of and create and customize your own anti-aging protocol. But I'll tell you how to do this throughout the broadcast. Now, remember, also get the zeolite, because detoxifying your body is super important. Because we're bombarded by different toxins through what we drink, through what we eat, and even what we breathe in the air. So please pay attention, get the multivitamin, get the probiotics, and get the zeolite. detoxify your body regularly. Go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Use discount 5, you get $5 off any order. If you spend $100 or more, you get a free gift until supplies last.
The young folks today are gonna do it. You're ready, home building analyst at Bloomberg Intelligence. Thanks so much for joining us. He's down there in Princeton, New Jersey. Again, Lamar, feeling the effects of a little bit of a tougher market at their rates. Come down a little bit, but they're still, higher than a lot of people want them to be. And still these new home builders have to, supply a lot of incentives just to get people into the homes. So we'll stay on top of that. A little bit of green on the screen here. Coming up, we're going to check out James Walker, CEO of Nano Nuclear Energy, adopting nuclear reactors in the UK. I think some of these smaller modular reactors, I kind of think they might be a part of the energy solution overall. This is Bloomberg.
Of course, it's going to be part of the energy solution because it creates energy. And they're easier to maintain and easier to install. But, what do you do with the nuclear waste with fission? It lasts for thousands of years. So you have to dump it someplace. And what usually happens is you dump it on the site because they don't want to travel it on a train and move it into Cheyenne Mountain or wherever the nuclear mountain is in. Is it Montana? Or no, it's not Montana. Maybe it's in Montana. Idaho. I don't know where it's at. Maybe it's Colorado. But either way, wherever Cheyenne Mountain is. But the bottom line is these people don't want to pay attention to the nuclear waste that's created by fission. I think nuclear plants are a bad idea for two reasons, especially the fission ones. Black swan event, where if there is a low probability but very high impact, you can be radiating 50-mile radius to 100-mile radius for hundreds of years. Secondly, what do you do with the waste even if there isn't an accident? So would you rather have burning coal, or would you and plant trees and burn coal? Or would you rather have a nuclear plant that potentially could go really nuclear and you have radiation for hundreds of years and waste that lasts for the regular waste material that lasts for thousands of years? What do you do with the waste? It's stupid. It's stupid. But you can make lots of money if you're in uranium mining. You can make lots of money if you're building these reactors and installing these reactors and running the reactors and maintaining the reactors. Too much risk, too much tail end risk for nuclear energy. It's too simple to just say, let's just use nuclear. No. All right. Let's go to CNN, them talking about Jimmy Kimmel getting canned from, I think it's ABC. Is it ABC? I think it's ABC, but it's tied to Disney. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the turmeric. Turmeric will soak up free radicals and also bring down pro-inflammatory cytokines. That's really important for your immune system and cardiovascular system and brain function. Lignans. This is going to bring down inflammation, soak up free radicals, help with your endocrine system, help with your immune system and your brain function. Because when you're bringing down inflammation, you're protecting your neurons. And ashwagandha root helps to control cortisol levels and blood glucose levels. When you stack these together, what happens? You're starting to boost up your immune system and helping with your cardiovascular system by reducing plaque formation. It's dual purpose. And also helps to bring down inflammation at the cerebral level. So it's helping to protect your neurons. So this stack is super important for anti-aging, but not just that. This stack is going to help you to weather the storm, maybe in the fall or the winter. So maybe it behooves you to actually listen to Dr. Paul Cottrell and get the stack because you're going to need it because something's coming. And we all know what that is. The fall and the winter, be prepared. Or don't listen and don't be surprised that you have long-term side effects after something happens to you.
This morning, we are waiting to hear from and possibly see Jimmy Kimmel and also see what his next move is as the fallout grows from ABC's sudden move to pull him and pull his show off the air. The controversy and the fallout shining a light on some key data that is catching Harry Ensign's eye this morning. And he's here with me now. What are you seeing, Harry?
Yeah, there are rare points in which I see a piece of data and it just sort of jumps off the screen at me. And this is one of them because I really just think it tells the entire story. And this is among Republicans. The media is biased and should be punished. Look at this. 71% of Republicans agree with the idea that the media is biased and should be punished. Republicans are absolutely loving what is happening right now to Jimmy Kimmel. Absolutely love the words that are coming out of Brendan Carr's mouth. The bottom line is that they believe that the media is biased and should be punished. So taking Jimmy Kimmel off the air, if there's government influence.
Okay, tautology, you keep on repeating yourself. Come on.
Punished by whom, I guess is the question. How are Republicans and how much are Republicans, as you're pointing out here, likely to, or what are they going to think about that this decision was made with government influence?
Jimmy Kimmel is an ass, but even asses have the freedom of speech. All right, but he doesn't have freedom of reach. If people find him to be offensive and the advertisers don't want to advertise on the channel, or the affiliates don't want to carry his show, it's their prerogative. It's a business decision. It has nothing to do with freedom of speech. So when someone is like saying, if someone is demonizing someone or a group of people, like Jimmy Kimmel, ever since Trump became a political punching bag for the left, his show is all about demonizing the Trump supporters. Now, if you have affiliates that are in middle America, flyover country, that voted for Trump or represent a certain type of Americana, do you think demonizing them makes sense? Of course not. So, of course, these affiliates are not going to carry Jimmy Kimmel. And not just that, his ratings have been falling. And the reality of the situation, if you really sit back and think about it, he's been wrong. But so you have CNN trying to portray it as this is some sort of right-wing Republican takeover of mainstream media. But the mainstream media is biased, especially biased to the left. Not just center or left to center, it's left or ultra-left. Why that is, I have no idea. Because most people that are hardworking are not ultra-liberal. They're center, slightly left to center, or slightly right to center. But they're not ultra-left. So where's most of the money? Most of the money isn't in the ultra-left. So most of the money is in the middle of America, is in the middle of the political spectrum. So why are they so biased? Unless it's about the Smith Modernization Act that was passed under Obama, where propaganda domestically is legalized. Oh, doesn't that start to make sense? Because if you sit back and start thinking about it, Barack Obama came in, he was sworn in 2009, and he left in 2017, all right, in January. And during that time period, mainstream media has been weaponizing domestic audience. And just sit back and think about what was going on in mainstream media and the whole idea of fake news. And there's enough content to do the research. Take a look at pre-Barack Obama and during Barack Obama and post-Barack Obama, and look at the trend that was going on in mainstream media. With local stations, like Channel 4, Channel 7, Channel 2, and cable stations. And you will notice that there was a change. There is a seismic shift during the Barack Obama time period. And we're seeing that it's still carrying on right now. Orange man bad. Orange man bad. And Jimmy Kimmel is part of this modernization. He thought he was going to be safe because there's an awful lot of liberals that are running the TV shows, TV stations, and the producers and all this stuff. They're funding it. But it's gotten to the point where there's a pushback on wokeism that's hurting the bottom line for Disney. So the Achilles heel of the Smith modernization and its overtake of mainstream media is how you spend your dollars. If you boycott the companies that are advertising, if you boycott the conglomerates that own the mainstream media, and you don't invest in them, and you don't buy their products, and you don't support them, they will crumble. It's all about voting with your dollar. And that will crush the ultra-liberal agenda.
Exactly right. So, it's one thing if the idea is, okay, Jimmy Kimmel's being punished by his own company, right? Being punished by ABC, being punished by Disney. But the idea that the government is influencing it, I don't think that Republicans are going to have much of a problem with it. Because take a look here. Republicans already think that the U.S. media and U.S. news organization are in fact influenced by government interests. Look at this. Again, amongst Republicans, look at 64%.
It's not about what you think. It's about what really is happening with the Smith Modernization Act under Obama. It's a fact.
Before the Kimmel News broke, 64% of Republicans believe that the U.S. media is influenced by government interests a great deal. We're talking 2/3 of Republicans. And then you get another 26% who say are somewhat influenced by government interests. That totals up to nearly 90%, when, of course, you're not just rounding, as if you would, you read 90%, but we're talking about 89% of the public, of Republicans, who say that the U.S. media is influenced by government interests. So no, Republicans, A, they like the idea that Jimmy Kimmel's being punished, and B, they're not at all going to be against the idea that the government might be influencing it, because they already think, 2/3 already think that the government is influencing U.S. media organizations a great deal in this country.
I mean, or just turn off the channel.
They could do that.
What is there is a big question about what Jimmy Kimmel's next move is. There's reporting from within, sources saying that ABC is trying to find a way potentially to bring him back on air. What's conventional wisdom around this?
Yeah, what's the conventional wisdom? Well, I'll go to the prediction markets here. Chance that Jimmy Kimmel live returns by the end of 2025. It's just a little bit more than 50%, 56% the last reading that I was able to get. By the end of this month, it's 20%, about a 1 in 5. So at this point, the prediction markets basically have it as a coin flip that Kimmel returns by the end of the year, which I think kind of feels right.
Okay. Thank you, Harry.
Thank you.
Please go to my store at bud-studio-reykjavik.com and get the olive leaf extract. Olive leaf extract will help bring down inflammation and also help with your lipid profile. It'll help to bring down LDL levels and increase your HDL levels. When you do that, it's going to help your cardiovascular system. And by bringing down systemic inflammation, it's helping your immune system, your endocrine system, and your brain function. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the olive leaf extract. It's dual purpose. You get a lot of benefit if you're taking this every day. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Use discount 5. You get $5 off any order. Spend $100 or more on any order. You get a free gift until supplies last. All right, let's listen to Mohammed El Arian from Allianz.
We've got one day after the Fed cuts rates and signals more cuts ahead, at least at the end of this year. We've got stocks jumping to record. It's bond yields moving up as well. So here to explain all of this, Allianz Chief Economic Advisor and former PIMCO CEO, Mohammed El-Arian. Mohammed, it's great to have you back on the show. Welcome.
Thanks for having me, Morgan.
Man, talk about volatility in the treasury market here. I mean, you had a 10-year yield that broke below 4% at one point yesterday in the midst of Chair Powell's speech and on the heels of a rate cut decision. And now we're at 4.116. What's moving yields higher? And is this the right reaction from the market here?
So two main things push yields higher. One is the jobless claims number. As Rick said, that was quite a number. If you look at it, it's the biggest weekly decline in 4 years. And then the second thing is that people are starting to realize that when you look closely at the summary of economic projections, if you look closely at the dot plots, there isn't that big a support for 2 more cuts. It was only by 1 member. So I think people are sort of revisiting the initial reaction to this was exactly what we wanted. We got the 25 basis points cut. We've only got 1 dissenter, so things are fine. And guess what? They've now got 2 cuts. People are realizing it's much more complicated than that.
So based on the data, your analysis of the data, the idea of this being a risk management cut, as Powell put it yesterday, does that make sense?
It does. I would have gone a step further, saying we are prioritizing the risk to the employment side of the mandate relative to the risk to the inflation side. That's not to say inflation is going away. It's not. In fact, if anything, inflation is going to go higher. But the biggest risk to this economy right now is the employment side. You do not want the cliff effect when companies go from hesitating to hire and start firing. Because when companies start firing, that has a way of spreading to the economy. So we don't want to get to that point, and the Fed should be as supportive as it can to stop us from getting there.
Mohammed, the Fed Chair Powell talked about the risks being balanced and two-sided. It sounds like you see them a little bit heavier on one side, or maybe significantly heavier on one side than the other.
I do. I think they are two-sided, absolutely. And let's not forget that with the new projection, the Fed will have missed its inflation target for 7 years in a row. I mean, that's a very long time. And 6 of those years, the inflation has been or is likely to be more than half a basis points above, more than 50 basis points above the target. So that's a major issue. Chair Powell did pivot because he said that while we have risks on both sides, he's paying some more attention on the employment side, and that's what justified the cuts. Otherwise, with the projections of higher inflation, higher growth, it's really hard to justify a cut unless you worry about the risk to the employment side.
At Janus Henderson Investors, we believe working together is the way to work better. With your goals and our expertise in perfect harmony.
All right, so let's dive in just slightly. What Mohammed what was his name? Mohammed, whatever. Was saying 7 years, not meeting the 2% target for inflation. So the interpretation that one should have is that the Federal Reserve, and I've been saying this for a long time, the Federal Reserve has not done the shock therapy it needs to control inflation because they're afraid. They need to raise rates, not lower rates. And we're still feeling the aftershocks of the inflation effects from the COVID era. But people don't want to hear that. Politicians don't want to hear it. Trump doesn't want to hear it. Okay. But that's what needs to happen. Let's see here. Next. All right, let's listen into CNBC News. Or
We've got Michael Landsberg, Chief Investment Officer of Landsberg Bennett Private Wealth Management, and you were listening to what he said, Michael, and looking at your notes. If the Fed does not continue, then all bets are off with what he just said about not fighting the Fed. And your viewpoint is that the next inflation rate could be 3.15, which would make this theoretically could make it a one and done. And then you're not fighting the Fed. So, are you uncomfortable in the market like he is? He said he was very uncomfortable.
I would be in certain parts. I think what.
Inflation needs to go down.
I think we're in a similar situation where we were a year ago, which is kind of shocking. We had 4 rate cuts last year, 2-year treasury was at 3.5, we went to 4.4. Stocks ripped in the back half of the year as inflation.
Unemployment is at like a 4.2, 4.3%. It needs to go to 5 or 5.5. Inflation needs to get closer to 2. How do you do that? Raise rates.
To me, I don't see a huge difference between where we are now. The 2-year treasury is right around 3.5%. It moved to 4.4. I think you can see it move higher. I do think inflation is going higher. I don't think that's a bad thing. I think inflation going higher when economic growth is there. I think one of the issues I've always had has been recently, the valuation game hasn't worked. I get what David's saying, things are expensive. But if I looked at NVIDIA and Broadcom 3 years ago,
That's so
everybody's
asinine.
crazy to buy those.
That's so asinine to say. It's okay to have higher inflation as long as they have economic growth. Really? The economic growth minus the inflation is what your real growth is. All right. Well, wait a minute here. Having higher inflation is pernicious because over time, you're still having elevated costs of a certain good in absolute dollars. So when someone has a spike of inflation of, let's say, 5%, it goes back down to the target of 2. The price of that good is still higher than it should be on an average 10-year or 5-year basis. We need to be below 2% for a little while, not above 2% for a little while. So these jackasses that say, well, we need inflation to grow the economy. Really? What? It means that your system is unhealthy. There's something wrong with the system. Part of the reason is that we have too much of our taxes going towards programs that are unproductive and going towards interest payments on debt that has been issued in prior years. We got to stop, or we're going to be in the doom loop like they're in England and in France. We need to become more fiscally conservative and more monetary conservative. And that means seeing rates at higher, not lower. But what will happen is that what will happen with lowering the rates, people will start buying houses. There's going to be some economic engine that starts to increase the GDP. It'll bring up the stock market, and then there's going to be a bubble. Then it'll crash. But it's not probably going to happen under Trump's watch. It's probably going to happen under the next president's watch. Maybe J.D. Vance, or maybe even Rubio, or someone else, or maybe even someone from the Democratic Party. Maybe it's Gavin Newsom. I don't know. It's probably not going to blow up during the Trump administration, but he's setting up for a bubble.
End of the day, the earnings have really been there.
If you ever have invested money for people, one thing you learn is that when stocks are hitting highs, a lot of times they hit more than high. Yeah. When stocks are hitting lows, unfortunately, they tend to, they can go all the way to zero. You bury your losers, you bury your losers, and some winners. No one ever went broke taking a profit of like 15%, and then next thing you know,
no one gets rich taking the
It
profit.
sounds like you could be long equities and short bonds.
It could be, I mean,
Or at least not long bonds.
yeah, and typically, when we look, we have a lower bond allocation, we've actually added alternatives. The goals of the world have that kind of balance from just having all stocks. But I think you can really own stocks here. My concern always is diversification. Dave talked about international and in China. I look at lower rates as the small caps really under-owned. Everybody in Wall Street's consensus bearish. When I look at what's going on, the futures are short and the futures are short S&P. They're really short the Russell. And the Russell's probably, lower rates is going to be probably the best thing for small caps. So I think people could look at diversifying some of their Mag 7 exposure to small caps because the Mag 7 is so concentrated.
You like talking about individual names, or you just rather talk about?
I'm talking individual names.
So what do you think? Some of that's in cash today.
Again, clients have cash today, and a lot of times if they've got overexposure to the Mag 7, which we're going to probably assume is the case.
Right.
When we find things that are going to grow, there's about 25 or 30 names in the last 6 or 7 quarters that outperformed the Mag 7 that aren't Mag 7 names. So one of the names I like is Axon. They make body cams, they make tasers. Those are businesses that aren't going to go away anytime soon. We sell them everywhere. Anytime you see anybody now that's arrested, you'll notice the top right-hand corner of the video is Axon. They have a huge market there. They're growing, 30% type growth. I think that's a good name people can own, not a tech name per se.
Don't tase me, bro. We used to have a video about that. So you can have a body cam filming someone getting tased.
Yeah. Well, let's say they don't tase it, just a body cam. If somebody wants to go over, you got a body cam.
Right. You're not particularly, maybe you like AI, but you think at this point it's overdone.
I like AI. I think the problem is too many people own too few names in AI. That's really the issue I have is you're only owning chips. I think if you're going to own AI, you got to go out and look and say, hey, can I own data centers? Can I own cooling systems, the HVAC companies? Can I own some of the other names that are out there? The data center construction, energy. I think that's the issue I have is AI is a great theme. It's probably the big theme that we're going to see over the next 3 to 5 years. But if you only own a couple chip names, I think you've got a lot more risk than you think. Diversification is important. Again, it's a great theme, but you got to have more than just 1 or 2 names.
At KPMG, we make the difference by prioritizing data as the primary driver of informed decision-making and competitive advantage. We know smart data processes enable organizations to engage with
All right, let's go to Bloomberg.
The 10-year, 4.13% of the 2-year that's currently yielding 3.57%. Gold up $24 the ounce, 36.68. That is a gain of 0.7%. West Texas Intermediate crude down 1% right now at 63.06 a barrel on WTI. Bitcoin slumping 1.4%, 115,890 on Bitcoin. Bottom line here, stocks holding at a record. What about the market backdrop though? Terry Spath is Chief Investment Officer for Zuma Wealth, and she was a guest last hour right here on Bloomberg Intelligence.
Where we see some risks is the obvious one is valuation, as well as, the Congress, having trouble with the budget later this month. So we think that this rally can continue, but not without risk, not without volatility throughout the rest of this year.
Terry Spath, Zuma, interviewed right here on Bloomberg Intelligence. By the way, you can hear more of that conversation on the Bloomberg Intelligence podcast. You can download it wherever you get your podcasts. This Bloomberg Business Flash is brought to you by BAM Mutual. Put America's strength to work in your portfolio with BAM. Insure municipal bonds. Protect your investments with an added layer of security and guaranteed income. Invest with strength. Build a stronger tomorrow with BAM Mutual. Apple shares are advancing right now. We are looking at Apple stock up by just over 2% today. We've got Apple gaining 2.1%. Long lines from Hong Kong to London to New York for Apple's latest iPhones. But some early buyers say they're finding certain store models already scratched after just a few hours of being on display. Again, Apple right now up by 2.1%. I'm Charlie Pellet, and that is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Mike Charlie Powell, thank you so much. We appreciate that. Appreciate that. Bam read, decent, not quite as good as Matt Miller's read, but we can all work on that. Northern is sitting in for Charlotte Blue. I'm Paul Sweeney live here in our Bloomberg Interactive Brokers studio. Before we get to Bailey Lipschultz, we got some readout from the Chinese media on the call between President Trump and President Xi. Getting some headlines. Xi asked for U.S. to refrain from taking unilateral trade measures. President Xi asked for the U.S. to avoid undermining outcomes from recent talks here. So we'll have some more reporting on that. We're starting to get a readout from the Chinese sources on that call. We'll have more reporting going forward. Let's get a look at what's happening out there in the world of stocks. I'm Paul Sweeney with Laura Melinda. We're joined by Bloomberg's Bailey Lipschultz. Bailey, what do you got for us today?
Yeah, I want to start with FedEx, ticker FDX, stock up just about 3% right now. This comes after the company reported earnings that were better than expected and the fact that it maintained its full year sales and profit outlook. The big question mark, though, has been the impact of tariffs. The company noted that they expect a $1 billion hit from trade volatility this year. Bloomberg intelligence analysts coming out saying that the parcel environment may not be as dire as feared. FedEx's domestic business doing well, but the big question is the impact of the de minimis duty-free exemption, how that's going to impact FedEx, given that's a pretty healthy chunk of the business, but certainly an area that FedEx has been, working out and being a bigger part as it relates to that kind of operations, moving things around. Right now, stock trades about $233, hit a low in the wake of tariffs, below 200. So rally off the lows pretty strong.
Yeah, shares down 17% so far this year. What other companies are you keeping an eye on here?
So I want to preface this by saying it is a stable market day. S&P is up by 5 points. We are seeing heavily shorted stocks ripping. Really? And that's across quantum computing, nuclear, AI, flying taxis. So I want to focus on nuclear stocks. Oklo, ticker OKLO, and NuScale Power, ticker SMR. Oklo right now up more than 16%, trading at a record high, up on the week, guys, about 50%. And NuScale up about 14%. This is coming after news that Trump was going to use nuclear as part of kind of trade talks and coming after that meeting with the UK. But we are really seeing big moves in some of these stocks. Having covered the SPAC space, a lot of people will say, what, these SPACs are trading well? Well, Oklo, Sam Altman back SPAC, went public, $10, right now trades for 122.
Wow.
We've been Nora and I were just talking with James Walker, CEO of Nano Nuclear Energy, NNE. That stock is up 13% today, up 300% over the trailing 12 months. And you kind of said, hey, the market's trying to identify winners and losers in this emerging kind of micro nuclear technology. And you said the stocks are horrific today.
And it's been an interesting patch to just keep an eye on, just to that point, is if you're putting your money across and betting on every horse, presumably one or two will win, and that can be result in some big bucks. And I just want to end on Netscope. Company went public yesterday, ticker NTSK. Traded well, traded up about 18% yesterday, up another double digits. So right now up 30% from its IPO price. This is a cybersecurity company, so we've been keeping a close eye on software, cyber, and potential new entrants in the IPO market. A big positive data point, especially in the wake of StubHub, which is traded pretty darn poorly. So a big move higher again in Netscope. That ticker NTSK up about 30% from where it priced just on Wednesday night.
Hi, Billy. Thank you so much. We appreciate that. Bailey Lipschultz covers all the equity markets for Bloomberg News. For more conversations like this, subscribe to our Stock Movers Reports. Listen for 5-minute audio reports on the biggest winners and losers in the stock market. Subscribe to Stock Movers on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or anywhere you listen. One of the big earnings stories of today was FedEx. The company's saying they're going to take a $1 billion hit as tariff chaos upends parcel business. So for those particularly politicians that say, I don't know, China's going to pay the tariff, or India's going to pay a tariff, or the EU's going to pay a tariff. That's not the case. It's the U.S. economy that pays the tariff, whether it's the companies themselves taking it in the margin, or whether it's the importer maybe taking it in its margin, or maybe it's even the consumer in the form of higher prices. That's where the tariffs ultimately get paid. Thomas Black joins us. He's a columnist. He covers logistics, manufacturing, and
It's
aerospace
not just
for Bloomberg Opinion.
or, it's a combination of.
What we heard is that they're taking a hit because of the tariffs. It's more about volume. The China to US lane is very important for them, and that's where they're taking most of the hit. That volume is moving more toward Europe and other areas. So it's not that FedEx is paying tariffs, it's just that their volume has dropped because of the tariffs. And a lot of that had to do with the de minimis program that has been eliminated now. So on the flip side, they're cutting costs aggressively, and they had already started a restructuring, a big restructuring where they had cut costs. So their margins actually held up and have improved through this turbulent area, but it's a little bit of an offset.
So FedEx has long been seen as a barometer for the economy, especially given the fact that it has extensive global networks. You're starting to see reflecting overall health of the consumer as you think about retail. What are you thinking about the broad read-through from this report and how that trickles out into the macro?
Yeah, it gets a little muddled there because of e-commerce and some of the trends that we've seen there. Of course, during the pandemic, their volumes blew up and everybody was ordering online. And then we had the withdrawal symptoms from that after post-pandemic. So it's a little bit muddy there. And then we have a situation where UPS, FedEx's main competitor, is trying to cut costs. They have a big structural cost problem with their labor costs so high with their unionized workforce. So they're actually shedding some volume. A lot of Amazon packages that weren't as profitable as they need it to be are out there in the market, and FedEx is starting to scoop those up. So you saw some market share gains from FedEx, and part of that is them onboarding Amazon. They talked about some other customers that they onboarded. But the big question is whether that volume is going to add a lot to margins, or if it's going to be neutral or a drag on margins. I don't think it's quite clear yet. But so it's a little bit muddy on trying to read through the general economy just because of things that are happening within the parts of the market.
Thomas, what is FedEx saying, if anything, about kind of the upcoming holiday season that tends to be super busy for all these shippers?
Cautiously optimistic. That was the phrase of the day for peak season. It does look like there's demand. A lot of the goods that need to come in for the holiday period are already here. So we do have a little bit of an idea of how much inventory is there, and that tends to point to demand holding up fairly well. And then again, FedEx believes it's gaining market share, so it's cautiously optimistic.
All right, Thomas, thank you so much. We appreciate that. Thomas Black,
please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the elderberry zinc lozenges. You get 21 in each bag. Get a few bags for your household. Be prepared for the fall and the winter season. You can also get the drops, which are smaller than the lozenges. You get 100 in each bag. Take them right away when you have that irritation in your throat. You can get it in honey and lemon, cherry flavor, or blueberry. But get a few bags for your household. Be prepared for the fall and the winter. You're going to need this right when you have that irritation. Take the lozenges or the drops right away. Go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Use discount 5, you get $5 off anywhere.
To it, but only from a mindset perspective. And I'll give you some examples for turnaround very difficult to execute in the public domain, right? If there is a new launch into a new product category, and a new avenue of growth, it's very difficult to get the market to demonstrate the patience for CEOs and management teams to do that with confidence. And I think to the detriment of a lot of public shareholders as a result. That being said, I will not buy the stock of a US company, or frankly any company, that doesn't report on a quarterly basis, that refuses not to disclose quarterly if this comes in. Because I do feel that the transparency, the discipline of accurate reporting of the quarterly cadence is important, even if I personally invest with a much longer term mindset than that information might imply.
Wow. So, I mean, do you think other folks feel strongly about this as you do?
Yes.
I think it really depends by sector. And let me give you a couple of examples where we've seen the paring back of information with very specific metrics where it had no impact. Let's take Netflix for an example, and a couple of the other streamers. You and I discussed this, Paul, in prior shows. Netflix, for example, is no longer providing the same kind of subscriber information that it used to, right? Has it impacted Netflix's share price? No, right? It's continued to go up. It's continued to perform very well in terms of return to public investors. But if Netflix was suddenly to stop reporting completely on a quarterly basis and going to every 6 months, I absolutely think other people would have the same reaction.
It's not about the guide. It's not about guidance about subscribers or internal managerial metrics. They need to release their quarterly filings. And that is material change in the business, the balance sheet, the income statement, and the cash flow statement. And you can learn a lot about the company with that. But when you are pushing for semi-annual, you're hiding. You're hiding. Crazy.
The cool thing you just said in your question, if you get by, and again, I have a very strong view on this. I would not buy a US company that doesn't disclose falsely. But I do think some of the more capital intensive industries, for example, real estate, right, particularly when it comes to new builds, some of the housing stocks, for example, where it may take a bit of time for rate impact to happen on buyer appetite for buying homes, or other kinds of sectors where there's very long gestation when it comes to construction. So heavy industrials, you might see it, but I really don't see how a global market that is used to getting high quality information on a quarterly basis is going to throw up their hands and say, totally fine to be flying blind every 6 months.
I agree with her on this.
So
I agree with her on this. But the thing is that it shouldn't be sector by sector. It should be across the board. Everyone has to report quarterly, not semi-annually. And when the analysts are analyzing these different companies, even if they have a long-term capital expenditure because of some sort of build-out before products get to the market, those analysts know that. And the share price is discounted accordingly. But you shouldn't be hiding. Everyone should be, if you're on the public exchange, you should be releasing quarterly, not semi-annually. It's stupid. Trump is setting up for a bubble and another Enron.
Yet it sat there and it wasted time not moving into things like the NPL, even though one of the Affirm founders, for example, was a co-founder of PayPal. It's been super sluggish. Now, the CEO has been in his seat for 2 years, almost exactly, and is striking a couple of the partnerships with major AI players, PayPal trading in the high 9 times EV to EBITDA. That's the kind of thing, Paul, I say, lots of things are really expensive right now. They do continue to hold some of the juggernauts, but something like a PayPal is looking more value-oriented to me. Same with the Salesforce. I think Workday, even though it's hot lately, some of these older software companies, great free cash flow, great margins. They're just not as glamorous as some of the others right now.
About 30 seconds or less. What was your takeaway from the Fed meeting? Has it changed at all your investment thesis?
It hasn't changed my investment thesis. I was delighted that the Fed was less divided than had been feared. The thing that did weigh on me a little bit was the preponderance of the emphasis of being based on the labor market as opposed to inflation. So this is one where I continue to look at the impact of tariffs. We're not out of the woods yet. I think we have to remember, even if tariffs feel final, we've seen that, this administration wouldn't be shy about reversing even deals that have been struck, in my opinion.
And thanks so much for joining us. Always appreciate getting your thoughts there. Ann Berry, she's a founder and managing partner of Red Needle. Joining us here gives
just another bullshit fund manager. You're surrounded by. I'm surrounded by them all the time at the Harvard Club. All right, and I'm also surrounded by them just being in New York. But the problem is that everyone's tripping over each other to try to get more funds, more money to flow into their funds so they have more assets under management. They're just another bullshit manager with, bullshit thesis. All right, please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the Boomer Boost. The Boomer Boost is 68 nutrients. It's very comprehensive profile for the powder. You take it with soft foods or filtered water, milk, or even a smoothie. But take it every day. This is a month's supply. And what this will do is target multiple systems, and there's a short-term and long-term effects here. The long-term effect over time, many months doing this, you're going to notice that you're slowing down the aging process, and your immune system is starting to get better, and your endocrine system is starting to get better. Your musculature is getting better, right? And there's also you'll also notice immediate benefits. You'll have more vitality. You'll have more energy. Your metabolism is revved up. You'll notice that you have more energy and more desire to have activities instead of just slouching around within 72 hours. It's a very powerful supplement to be taking every day. Now, take 1 scoop a day. This is a month's supply. Now, when you take it, it's going to target multiple systems. It's going to target your brain function. So you're going to be able to think more clearly. You're going to get rid of that brain fog. You're going to sleep better. You're going to be able to concentrate. You're going to be able to, over time, increase that neuroplasticity, positive neuroplasticity. You'll be able to think faster and have better memory recall. They'll help with your heart and your vascular system, so it improves your cardiovascular health. It helps with musculature, revving up your metabolism and your energy levels, helping with your immune system and your endocrine system, helping to control your A1C levels. Many benefits from taking this. You should be taking this every day. And it's a great way to lose weight if you want to lose weight by calorie restriction and taking this once a day, either for breakfast or for lunch. But if you're at your targeted weight, you still should be taking this. It's really important. It's very powerful and it works. And it helps to slow down the aging process. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the Boomer Boost. And get the structural nano silver toothpaste. They'll whiten your teeth, freshen your breath, bring down inflammation at the gum line, improve your gum line health, and with good oral hygiene, you're reducing the chances of vascular problems or valvular problems. In addition, because this is structural nano silver and it has no fluoride, you really need this for the fall and the winter. Because the fall and the winter this year is going to be problematic. I don't know if you've been paying attention to the news. I don't know if you've been paying attention to the wastewater, but guess what? There's a problem. And you really need to pay attention because the fall and the winter is going to be a problem in the United States, probably worldwide. But you're going to need this. You're going to need really high quality, special toothpaste. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Use discount 5, you get $5 off any order. If you spend $100 or more, you get a free gift until supplies last. And you're going to need that free gift, trust me.
Week of Federal Reserve Week on a quiet note. Right now, the S&P holding on to gains, up 2 points, little change. Data record 66.34, up under 0.1%. Dow Industrial is up 16 right now, also little change on the day, up under 0.1%. Nasdaq higher by 0.2%, up 41 points now, 22,512. A retreat from a record for the Russell 2000 index of small cap shares, down now by 0.6%. But the Bloomberg Mag 7 index continues to rip higher, up by another 0.8%. The 10-year is yielding 4.13%, with a 2-year right now, 3.57%. The U.S. Supreme Court will not be immediately acting on President Trump's bid to fire Fed Governor Lisa Cook. Chief Justice John Roberts has asked for a response from Cook by September 25th on the president's bid to immediately remove her from office. Earnings news. Home builders Lennar down now by 2% after earnings. Its forecast for quarterly home sales did miss analyst estimates. Among rivals, Pulte Home up by 0.7%. Toll Brothers up by 0.3%. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News now wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Charlie Collins, and that is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Now on Bloomberg Intelligence, News in Focus.
All right, today's Focus on Munis is brought to you by BAM Mutual. Put America's strength to work in your portfolio with BAM Insured Municipal Bonds. Protect your investments with an added layer of security and guaranteed income. Invest with strength. Build a stronger tomorrow with BAM Mutual. It is Fridays. That means we're talking municipal bonds. We're going to check in with Nisha Patel, SMA Fixed Income Portfolio Manager for Parametric in New York City. Nisha, talk to us about the muni bond market. How's performance been so far this year?
Yes, great to be here. So the performance, I mean, munis have lagged most other all fixed income indices so far year to date. We've seen a little bit of a rally as of, I would say, the past week and a half. But the biggest story on the muni side has been technicals. That's been the biggest drag for performance for municipal bonds specifically. This has been all about supply. So we've just seen a record amount of supply in a very short period of time this year in the municipal bond market at a time where demand has not been able to keep up. So now if you're looking at the intermediate long end part of the curve relative to what treasury yields have done, you're seeing a very compelling relative valuation of municipal bonds, particularly in the long end, where you can achieve tax equivalent yields north of 7.5%. And keep in mind, in that part of the curve, treasuries are down, maybe in the 20-year part of the curve, let's say 20 basis points year to date, 30 years flat. On the other hand, municipal bonds in that same part of the curve, high quality, are probably up higher in yield, anywhere from 20 to 40 basis points.
Right, and so the 20-year AAA muni yields are still sitting above 4% on the long end. That's a level that's counter to historical averages. How should investors be thinking about this and where the opportunities are in this moment?
Of course. So I think you hit the nail on the head, right? That 4% mark really ends up being that magical number. It really kind of that yield bogey where investors start to pick up their heads. Over this past year, week and a half, we have seen investors getting involved. We have been talking about this opportunity for quite some time. Perhaps in conjunction with some money coming off the sidelines, obviously the recent Fed cuts, some macro tailwinds here. We're seeing more investors, especially high tax bracket individuals, getting more comfortable. But this window of opportunity is still open. So to your point, I think we're really saying that relative to what we've seen historically, in this long end part of the curve, we are looking at historical highs, decade highs in terms of this yield opportunity that we're seeing. So again, you translate this for the highest national tax bracket client, you're looking at about 7.5%. High state taxes like California and New York, you're almost inching towards north of 9%. Now, if you compare that to other fixed income asset classes, right, even equities, this is where you really start to pick your head up and say, wow, this is an incredible opportunity. The story's been about waiting for income, and now the time's finally here.
You mentioned the new issuance. I know last year was a record year of new issuance. I think this year may be on track as well.
Yes.
What's the use of proceeds here for a lot of these issuers?
Yes, good question. So I would say the issuance and the uptick in issuance has been due to a few reasons. So the number one theme that we've seen not only last year, this year, we will likely probably see into next year is just inflation, right? So as inflation has hit households, all other sectors, if you will, in terms of rising prices, the cost of implementing these projects, when states, cities, towns may be looking for infrastructure projects, when the deal was initially approved, you're looking at an increased cost of anywhere from 10 to 20%. So that is accounting for some of this uptick in just overall nominal issuance. The other story also has been, if you recall, earlier this year, there was a threat to tax exemption for a short period of time, right? So during the OBBBA, one big beautiful bill, as a lot of pay-fors were being looked for, there was talk about possibly capping or changing the tax exemption on munis. The threat was low, but again, from an issuer standpoint, you were going to pull forward, right, any issuance in case there was going to be any change. So Paul, I would say it's inflation, right? Cost of projects just being higher.
Yeah.
I would say it's a threat. And think about 10 years ago, 2015, 16, going to 16, we had a pretty sizable amount of issuance. A lot of those deals are now rolling off. And so you're also just seeing a lot of refinancing happening right kind of a decade later for some of this debt as well. So kind of a trifecta effect here on the supply side.
Nisha, thank you so much for joining us. Always appreciate getting
Of course.
your time. Nisha, SMA fixed income portfolio.
Now think about it.
Metric hitting the
Managing of a portfolio that's asking for your money, but she's doing a podcast. She's doing a stream with Bloomberg on their show out of her living room. Don't you think that you would, if you're going to give money to someone to manage, you know, especially if you're a high net worth client, don't you think that it should be coming out of a damn office instead of out of a living room? I mean, get fucking real. I mean, these people are just like, it's the Slavification of America.
We'll have some more reporting on that. In the world of digital media, the Federal Trade Commission is investigating whether Amazon and Google misled advertisers about the terms and pricing for ads on their websites. For more on this, Justin Teresi joins us, the antitrust and litigation and policy analyst for Bloomberg Intelligence. Justin, what's behind this U.S. Federal Trade Commission investigation?
Yeah, Paul. So that was announced last week. That related more to search advertising. But the big news we're really focused on right now is on Monday, Google's ad tech remedies trial starts in the Eastern District of Virginia. So this is following a liability ruling from last April. Basically, to break down kind of what that technology is, every time you visit a website, there's this little auction that takes place in a split second, under a second, I would say, that matches the right user with the right ad at the right time, and important for this case, at the right price. In April, it was found that Google had illegally monopolized the market for the sell-side platform that connects those websites with the right users and the exchange in the middle that operate the actual auction. So this now is deciding what to do about that problem. Really, you know, it's a debate over, do we do a breakup? Do we have some rule changes? What's that going to look like?
Well, I mean, what is the case here for the company? I mean, what are Amazon and Google saying about this? What are they doing?
Yes. So this one definitely relates. This is Google specifically, right? But here, you know, what we're going to see next week coming up is, you know, both sides really have some things in their back pocket. The DOJ is really going to be taking the position here that, look, Google can't be trusted. There are all these evidence destruction issues that were part of the liability trial last fall. They're also going to say, look, Google's offered to sell parts of its advertising exchange business in the past here. And in so doing, they really have made the point that it would be feasible to sell some of those things off. On the other side of the coin, Google, great team of lawyers per usual, they're really going to take the standpoint that, you know, we do a really great job with security features. We protect publishers and website publishers from malicious advertising and things like that that might appear on their website. Also, I think they're very likely to take the position that, you know, the trial itself, it was only about desktop ads, and the market's changing, right? We're going to see things.
Let's go to Fox News. They're interviewing Douglas Murray.
Download the app and get 50% off your first Wonder order with code 50Google.
This is what smart financial insight looks like. Spot the gaps and opportunities to help shape your.
And here, erupting outside of the New York City courthouse after a judge dismissed Luigi Mangioni's terrorism charges. Mangioni has developed a large fan base after allegedly killing United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson. Eric Sean spoke with some of the supporters outside the courthouse yesterday. He joins us live from New York City now. Hi, Eric.
Hi, Aisha. Well, prosecutors did warn that Luigi Mangioni's shooting of United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson, well, they warned that it could inspire political violence. That is the accused killer. Well, he has a large following that does remain committed to his cause.
We, the people, want Luigi Green. Who's the real terrorist?
Voting supporters chanted for the defendant and against the insurance company, United Healthcare, at his court hearing here in Manhattan yesterday. Dozens of Mangioni believers, well, they dismissed the horrific details of the case and proclaimed solidarity with this anti-corporate crusade. In court papers last month, federal prosecutors warned this, quote, Since the murder, certain quarters of the public who openly identify as acolytes of the defendant have increasingly begun to view violence as an acceptable or even necessary substitute for reasoned political disagreement. Simply put, the defendant hoped to normalize the use of violence to achieve ideological or political objectives. But you know, some of Mangione supporters say that he was framed to further the interests of corporate America. They say he didn't do it, or that a double did, and they called for the charges against him to be dropped.
This murder of Brian Thompson really spurred something in me and in America about just making a terrible act into a positive and actually talking about healthcare.
Do you consider him a hero?
Yes, 100%.
But he's charged with murder.
Oh, well, we're hoping in a glimmer of hope that changes.
And Mangione also has a legal defense fund. You know, it's raised more than $1.3 million so far. He's due back in court for another hearing in Manhattan Criminal Court in December.
Okay, Eric, Sean, thank you very much.
So with me now, Douglas.
Luigi doesn't need any because his family is multiple millions of dollars in wealth because of nursing homes. He actually gained money by fleecing people's Social Security. His family made money in the radio business and also nursing home business. He came from wealth that most people don't come from. Had a privileged lifestyle, had a privileged upbringing. He doesn't need GoFundMe. These people. And the irony is that he came from wealth because of fleecing old people's Social Security. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the gels. The gels are dual purpose. You can use it as an aftershave to soothe your skin. You can use it as a daily skincare. You can put it on a cut, an abrasion, or a minor burn. It will help to heal it quicker because it keeps it clean. And if you're not feeling well, or someone around you is not feeling well, especially in the fall or the winter, put it on your hands, around your mouth, around your eyes, around your ears, lightly coat your nostrils. Guess what? It stays active for 5.5 hours. You can't do that with Perel. You better be prepared. Please go to my store and get the gels.
Very New York Post contributor. Nice to see you, Douglas, especially in person. Good morning to you. It is clear from Eric Sean's report there that Luigi Mangione has supporters.
Okay.
And it's clear when you go online that this killer in Utah has supporters also.
That's right.
Where does that leave us?
It's a profoundly sick place where this happens. There have always been people who have fallen in love with criminals, written letters to mass murderers in prison, seeking to marry them. That's sadly a sort of perennial and just a sick thing that happens. What's unusual about the killer of Brian Thompson is that so many people have made excuses for him when it's really a very straightforward case. Do people have the right, or should they be justified in taking things into their own hands and murdering other Americans in cold blood on the street? Yes or no? And any decent person would say, of course not, of course not. And yet the strange and appalling thing that has happened since Luigi Mangione carried out this act is the number of people in prominent positions and elsewhere who have said, as Elizabeth Warren did, well, you can only push people so far, as if a legitimate extension of having a disagreement or an imagined disagreement with somebody over healthcare, over politics, whatever, could ever justify somebody picking up a gun and murdering, in both cases, a husband and father in cold blood. Most decent Americans would say absolutely not, but there is unfortunately now a gray zone that has emerged in this society where the terrorists and the assassins and the murderers now have this growing number of people who seem, frankly, as I wrote in the Post the other day, to treat life as if it's some kind of computer game, as though you just take people out.
That's a good
and there's no
analogy.
cost.
I think that technology, gaming, especially these like Doom games, they actually create a group of people in the gaming community that have to disregard the the sacredness of human life. So you have it almost like dehumanizes the situation. And then you add in social media and the dopamine response and the negativity. So you got the gaming culture, you got the social media negativity and the doom scrolling. And it gets to the point where the loss of life doesn't register with people. Now, take, for example, what happened with that Ukrainian woman that was killed on the train, that was stabbed. There were so many people just so glued to their phone that they weren't paying attention. And when they did realize, they just didn't react. So there's a lack of regard for life now. But not just that, they can't even respond after they see the death. There's no, like, very few people have this visceral response to it. It's desensitized. That's a big problem in society. That's a really big problem in society. Now, to get back to what he was saying about the elevation of Luigi in certain circles of society, there is a growing discontent on right or left where representative government is not helping solve social anguish and problems. And that the representative government seems to, from these individuals' point of view, be focused more on the lobbying group, the ones that are well-heeled, the white-shoed, the ones that have lots of money to put in PACs to affect legislation, including healthcare. So it's not out of the realm of possibility that you have people that do things like what Luigi did. Because of this lack of representation of the lower class in comparison to ones that have lots of money. And these groups that are going through K Street. And until you truncate that power, this disparity, more of these things are going to happen. Now, is it justified or not justified? It's hard to tell, because what's happening is that the uber wealthy is circumventing the will of the people, the ones that actually do the voting, right? So there's two things that are going on here. A major discontent because of lack of true representation in the legislative branch of the little people. And this desensitizing of regard for human life. And so it goes back to God, country, and family. You know, if you have an ethical point of view, if you care about your country and you care about your family and the idea that the family unit is the bedrock of society, you're most likely going to have a stronger affinity towards human life. And when you start having a stronger affinity towards human life, then you will try, at least, to peacefully right the wrongs of this disparity between individuals that are non-wealthy compared to individuals that are wealthy that are affecting the politic through lobbying.
differences, there are consequences. And I hope that the sort of people who do that and make excuses for them also find out.
One of the more stunning things was the woman who said she developed an artificial intelligent bot of Luigi, and she talks to him every day, and he is her boyfriend online in that digital world. Donald Trump, before he left London.
This is like self-induced psychosis. I mean, people are going crazy. The digital world is, and Zuckerberg wants this. Zuckerberg remember the metaverse? He wanted you to live in the metaverse. The last thing you should be doing is buying those Ray-Bans with a camera on it everywhere you go. So he can collect the data and make money on you? Don't be stupid. Don't be stupid. You know what you really need to do? You need to buy a real watch, not a Apple Watch, a real watch, right? Not a digital that's plugged to the Borg that gives you hepatic signals that literally put you in sympathetic mode and increase your cortisol levels. It's not healthy to wear one of those watches, actually. So then people will go, well, I'm paying attention to the number of steps I'm doing, and I'm paying attention to my heart rate. Yeah, so what about how many times your body goes into sympathetic mode every time you get an email from your work? Don't be stupid, all right? So you just got to get out of this Borg. Get out of the Borg.
Was asked about all the social media being a cancer. That was the question. I guess how we answered it.
It is, absolutely.
Do you agree with that? The Utah governor said that social media is a cancer and more people should log off and take some time away.
Well, it's not a cancer in all respects. In some respects, it's great, but there are segments, there are deep, dark holes that are cancerous after living. Beyond cancer, they're death.
Finley got to that in Wall Street Journal today. She says, Tyler Robinson, America's lost voice. She writes, social media platforms like Discord and Reddit, where young men often seek fraternity under pseudonyms, become substitutes for real-world camaraderie and can lead men down dark holes. I would just add the darkest of holes, Douglas.
It's men and women.
And Zuckerberg wanted to turn this this artificial world, virtual reality world, coupled with AI, to collect data on you, and you live in the Borg, and he would be the master of the universe. He would be God. Zuckerberg, God of the metaverse. Just plug out and live in the real world. Now, if you're living, if you're living on social media all the time, most likely you're not working out. So most likely you have atrophy, you're overweight, you have high cholesterol, and probably borderline diabetic or even diabetic. Just getting fat by the day. Or should you live in the real world and move around? Plant a garden in your backyard. Do something. Build a car. Whatever it is. It doesn't matter. But don't be plugged into the Borg.
Social media has sped up a lot of these phenomena. They're not entirely new. As I say, the sort of women who would write to mass murderers in prison can now do it on Reddit platforms, on X, all sorts of things. But this very, very concerning corner in the society is, do we hold the line as a society that the use of violence is not permissible in any situation over disagreement, or do we not? And there are far too many people who have been saying, yes, we do. And that makes this whole online sort of subculture get endless sort of encouragement. Yes, one of the things we've seen from the alleged assassin of Charlie Kirk is that he lived in this horrible, disgusting, dehumanizing place where, you could just say, I've had enough of people who I disagree with, and I'm going to take action. That is something that has to be addressed. But we also have to address this question of why so many people, including some prominent politicians in this country, have made excuses for the use of violence. And of course,
Very
there's going to be a
simple.
sort of,
It's
you know,
very simple. It's very, very simple. They're trying to erode the Constitution. This is a Marxist takeover. What they want is a one-party system. Now, you add another layer of complexity. This is natural psychosis because of social media, the gaming culture, and a lack of morality within the society. But also, there's an infiltration from the CCP in our universities. There's an infiltration of the CCP in our government. There's an infiltration of the CCP within our society for us to devolve and become less productive. So they would have an upper hand with a war in the Pacific. So there's multiple layers here that's going on. You got big tech making money on doom scrolling. You have lack of morality because you have a big portion of society that doesn't have affinity to God, country, and family. And then you have actually infiltration from the CCP.
against the other thing, and there's a lot there is in there. I mean, we have to address this thing of why so many segments of the political left have been able to dehumanize their opponents. We do have to have that discussion.
It's a Marxist strategy. I mean, come on. Murray, you're a smart guy. Come on. It's very easy. This is Marxism. Wake up.
But it's also the case that we have to have this wider addressing of why what I refer to as face-to-face interaction in America has become so rare. Why is it that face-to-face interaction of the kind that Charlie Kirk encouraged, that de Tocqueville noticed when he came to this country 200 years ago, is disappearing? When you disappear face-to-face interaction, where we hash out our disagreements face-to-face in public, where you look into the eyes, literally, of your fellow American and recognize that they're a human being like you, that has disappeared. Social media, Reddit, all of these things have helped it disappear. But it means that the faceless person online can get away with making their opponent faceless as well, and taking away their life for nothing and no reason.
Irony smacks you in the face. It's so obvious. Douglas, thank you for coming on.
Thank you.
All right.
I'm Steve Ducey. I'm Brian Kilmeade.
And I'm Ainsley Earhart. And click here to subscribe to the Fox News YouTube page to catch our
Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the Clarity Factor. Clarity Factor will get rid of that brain fog, and it'll allow you to focus. It'll allow you to support your memory. And over time, you're going to improve those dendritic connections. Your neurons will perform better. You're going to think faster. You're going to have better memory. Super important. Take it with filtered water. Take it every day. It'll help with your brain function. Another stack to help with your brain function is to take NAD+. NAD+ will rev up your NAD+ levels, increase your NAD+ levels, help to repair your DNA, cellular DNA and mitochondrial DNA. With higher levels of NAD+, you're going to have more energy and protect your neurons. Super important, especially if you're 40 years of age or older. Ubiquinol soaks up free radicals, helps the health of the mitochondria, increases your energy, increases ATP. Ubiquinol is the most bioavailable form of CoQ10 that you can get. Most people that take CoQ10, you're taking the wrong kind. You should be taking ubiquinol because there's nothing better than what is in my hand here. Ubiquinol. So please go to my store, get the ubiquinol, and it will help to protect your neurons. You stack it with the NAD+ and the Clarity Factor, and that's a powerful neural stack. And oh, by the way, if you're 40 years of age and you know, or older, you're going to start noticing within the next 5 years, a lot of people within your immediate circle, at work or at home or within your community, you're going to start noticing a lot of people getting dementia, early onset of dementia. I'm not talking about geriatric dementia. I'm talking about early onset of dementia. And it's an aftershock from the 2020 incident. So you better start protecting your neurons. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. And oh, by the way, If someone had something in 2020, you can't get rid of it. Ever. Just saying. Be prepared. There's ways to mitigate it. Let's listen to Letterman here and CNN.
Every network needs one nerd who knows about FCC licensing, and I am your nerd, Casey. I've studied this because I've been interested in it for years. And here's what I want everybody to know about licensing, okay? Before President Trump returned to the Oval Office, licensing was a boring thing the FCC did every 8 years. Every local station in the country has a license. It's renewed every 8 years. And we have not seen a license renewal be rejected for decades. So essentially, once you have a license, you keep your license. And yes, it can be time consuming to do the paperwork to get it renewed. But the FCC historically has not been in the business of challenging licenses. In fact, I spoke with experts last year who said, even if Trump wanted to take away station licenses, it would be so time consuming, it would be tied up in the courts for so long, it would never even happen during his 4 years in office. So that's the context for Trump's latest threat. However, is it possible that the legal landscape has changed? Is it possible that Republicans in Congress want to make it easier to revoke licenses? I think all of those possibilities have to be considered because Trump is being so loud and so serious about these license threats, and because his FCC chairman, Brendan Carr, is showing a willingness to not just talk tough, but to use his public platform to bully these media companies. So that's the reality about licenses. They are hard to revoke. But what Brendan Carr and President Trump are doing, they're using their bully pulpits to pressure media companies into changing content. And it feels to me, Casey, if you picture the American media, picture we're all stuck in an elevator together. And it feels like every week, every month, we're going a level lower and lower and lower. We're in an elevator, and every time Trump sues a news outlet, every time he gains a settlement, every time he threatens the licenses, every time Disney or Paramount capitulate, we're sinking lower and lower. And here's the problem. We don't know how much lower this can go.
Well, Brian, we had one major figure in the media landscape weigh in on where we are, perhaps to use your analogy, categorizing.
It's really important though for it's really important for the mainstream media to realize that they are part of the problem. They are part of the problem. And until they de-escalate, it's only going to get worse. So this is not just a Trump issue, not just a Trump administration issue, because this was in existence before Trump. And it also goes to the whole Smith modernization. But the bottom line here is CNN is never wrong. I met him at the Harvard Club. He was promoting his book. When he's talking in person, he is more cordial. I wouldn't say I like him, but he's more cordial. But when he's on TV, he's so annoying.
Your elevator, and this is the former late night host, David Letterman, who was speaking at a conference earlier today. Let's watch and we'll talk about it.
We all see where this is.
Thought we were going to see the world.
We all see where this is going, correct? It's managed media, and it's no good. It's silly. It's ridiculous, and you can't go around.
Do you think that media was never managed? Get real, dude. Get real. It was just managed by the ultra libs. Heaven forbid that conservatives have a little bit of a say. And what's this, him looking like Moses?
Somebody because you're fearful or trying to suck up to an authoritarian, criminal administration in the Oval Office. That's
Oh, really?
not how this works.
Oh, really?
Worth noting Letterman saying.
And this is the Atlantic. All right. I believe that magazine is owned by Steve Jobs' wife. And that's, it has a liberal bent to it.
Jeffrey Goldberg, the editor-in-chief of the Atlantic magazine. Brian, what do you make of it?
Well, we know what President Trump wants to do. He wants to silence his critics. He wants to stop dissent. The question now becomes, what do figures like David Letterman do? What do journalists like Jeffrey Goldberg do? What do networks?
What did CNN do for people that were trying to warn the public about a major crisis during 2020 and how to mitigate it and what was really going on? Instead, they pushed the CDC narrative and the HHS narrative, which was in bed with the national security state. And they were just following the rules of the Smith modernization. Because you can use propaganda against domestic audience. And CNN played right into it. CNN benefited from it. While other people died, literally. Now, who's the totalitarian? Who's the autocrat?
CNN and ABC and CBS too. ABC is under a lot of pressure right now, a lot of angry Kimmel fans that want to hear from the network. We've heard nothing new from ABC today, but we're already hearing from showrunners, producers in Hollywood who say they don't want to work with Disney anymore because of the action against Kimmel. So I'm really struck by that. I'm also struck by some breaking news in the last few minutes, Casey. Jon Stewart, who normally only hosts the Daily Show once a week on Mondays, he's coming back to the show tonight. He's hosting his Comedy Central program tonight because he wants to weigh in on this matter. So we are seeing some loud, some vocal voices trying to push back against the president's threats. But, you know, frankly, it's one of those situations where with free speech, with your right to free speech, you either use them or you lose them.
All right, Brian, stand by for us. You're going to be part of our panel here. We're also joined by CNN senior legal analyst Ellie Koenig, CNN special correspondent Jamie Gangel is here, the former Democratic Mayor Congressman Max Rose, and senior advisor to the Trump 2024 campaign, Brian Lanza. We are also rolling out something new here on the arena. On the left side of the screen for parts of our show, you're going to see our arena text chain. You're going to get some additional analysis from some of our top reporters. You can see that conversation has already started. So if you're one of these people who watches on mute, this is for you. And we're going to continue, of course, to have our usual conversation here. And Jamie Gangel, I do want to start with you, and I want to put up what the Drudge Report currently has on their homepage, or did earlier today, and double check to see that it's exactly still there, but it looks like this. They call Kimmel an ABC martyr, network under government control, The View censored, Trump orders remaining late night hosts removed. I just think it's worth noting, you know, Matt Drudge, longtime conservative media figure, not been a fan of Trump for quite some time. But as Brian noted, we are at a very difficult moment.
Experience growth with Realize. Thousands of advertisers are already using Realize and experiencing growth. Realize outcomes at scale beyond search and social.
Centuries, women's health has been incomplete. Pieces missing. Studies left unfinished. Northwell is rewriting history by giving women the care they deserve. That's why more women choose us than any other health system in New York. Northwell, raise health.
A difficult moment.
I would say this, I'd add a word to what David Letterman said, and that's dangerous moment. The number of calls that I got from people for the first time who said this is too far, from both Hollywood people, media people. Look, breaking news. Presidents don't like being made fun of. Ask Bill Clinton, ask George W. Bush, but they don't normally cancel late night shows. This is not in a vacuum. Donald Trump doesn't like Stephen Colbert. His contract doesn't get renewed. He doesn't like Jimmy Kimmel. He's gone.
But under Bush and Clinton, they didn't have the other vector of the Marxist takeover, which is social media. Marxism is starting to metastasize from the ultra lib movement. You got to stop it. Would you let cancer just metastasize in your body? Would you? Then why would you let the ultra lib metastasize and erode our constitutional freedoms? Why? You got to fight back.
What is next? The FCC Chairman Brendan Carr said earlier today on CNBC, we're not done yet. This has a serious chilling effect on freedom of speech.
Ellie Honig, I think it's worth noting, I mean, basically Brendan Carr's claim is that the problem with what Kimmel did is not making a joke about the president, but rather characterizing MAGA and the way that Kimmel talked about the shooter and the MAGA movement together. But we heard Brian talk about just how difficult it would be to actually do some of these things. What is your perspective from the legal side? Because there's what happens in the courts, and then there's what these businesses are doing to work, ahead of it.
Exactly. There is a fair debate to be had, and I'm sure we'll have it here today, about whether Jimmy Kimmel's comments were benign or malicious, good or bad.
It was malicious.
Evil or whatever. I'm not a fan, but fine. However, the question really is who gets to decide, and where the First Amendment line gets crossed is when there is government coercion. There have been multiple Supreme Court opinions,
The corporation and the audience makes a decision if they want to listen to the crap or not.
His speech, and if you don't fix it, we will use governmental power through the FCC, the CDC, the White House, what have you. That is where the First Amendment line is crossed. But here's the practical problem. To Jamie's point, somebody on the chain, I'll incorporate the chain. Somebody there said there's a chain reaction here. The problem is, who's going to actually have this fight? Because as long as the ABCs and the next stars of the world, or certain law firms or certain universities are not standing up and they're either settling or they're capitulating, we're not going to have that fight where somebody's going to go to court, and there may be, I believe there would be, a ruling saying this does violate the First Amendment. And so what does that lead us to? Donald Trump's rant just now on Air Force One, where he says, well, here's the hit list going down what's next and next. So we can talk about, and there is a First Amendment problem, but until someone stands up and becomes a plaintiff, we're not going to get a resolution in the courts.
So speaking of a list of, what may be next, Scott Jennings, contributor here at CNN, also hosts a radio show, and the FCC chairman, Brendan Carr, was just this afternoon on that radio show, and he spoke a little bit about The View, which is, of course, that morning talk program on ABC, the same network that airs Kimmel. Let's watch a little bit of what Carr had to say about The View with Scott.
I'd assume. This is what smart financial insight looks like. Spot the gaps and opportunities to help shape your future. I'd assume you could make the argument that The View is a bona fide news show, but I'm not so sure about that. And I think it's worthwhile to have the FCC look into whether The View and some of the other programs that you have still qualify as bona fide news programs and therefore exempt from the equal opportunity regime that Congress has put in place.
Now, I think Brian Stelter is still with us, but I want to bring in our Democrat Republican to weigh in on this for a second. But Brian, I just want to walk our viewers through what this means, right? Because it's a little bit, if you're not really familiar with it, since you're our FCC nerd, what he's talking about is often shorthanded as the equal time rule, right? He is basically saying that they might look and say that The View is required to give equal time to any candidate because it is not a quote unquote bona fide news program. What could that mean in terms of them going after The View?
Right, and Carr has used this rule to target other networks and other shows as well. He did this around NBC's SNL during the fall campaign season. A lot of these FCC rules and regulations, they exist and they have not been applied, they haven't been tested, they haven't been tried in many years. Carr is trying to flex his muscles and use his power, which is limited, but use his power in new and unprecedented ways. And this is one of those examples, talking about a random, I love The View actually, but a random daytime talk show, picking on the anti-Trump host, trying to find a way to get under the skin of ABC, trying to find a way to pressure the network to soften the content. That's what we see Carr doing in real time out loud. You know, at least to his credit, he's not doing this behind the scenes. We can all see it happening in public view. And that's really part of the point. You know, he doesn't have as much power to actually take actions. You know, he can open an investigation, for example, of ABC. He can kind of legally torture ABC for a while. There's relatively little he can do action-wise. I think Ellie would agree with me. It's much more about a war of words that Carr is engaging in. And right now, he's winning in some cases. The View did not mention Kimmel today. They stayed away from this altogether.
Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the cleanse. It's 30 parts per million, or max 35. It's 35 parts per million. Use a teaspoon a day, swish in your mouth, gargle 20 seconds or 30 seconds, and then swallow. It'll help to boost up your immune system, help with the health of your epithelial lining, improve your oral cavity and your oral pharynx, and maintain the mucosal lining. Very important to boost up that immune system. Now, it's part of my anti-aging protocol. Take it every day. If you're not feeling well or someone around you is not feeling well, take a tablespoon or two a day. And then after everything's all clear, go back to your maintenance dose. But it's important to use it every day. I've been doing this since more than 5 years, every day. Now, it's really important for you to get the Max 35 or the cleanse for the fall and the winter season. Be prepared. Use discount 5. You get $5 off any order. And if you spend $100 or more, you get a free gift, and you're going to need that free gift. Trust me.
Zero helps me take my business anywhere I want.
Are you looking at 4x4s on cars.com again?
I honestly don't know what you're talking about.
I was thinking of something more sophisticated.
Actually, some of the commercials are turning.
Americans are holding more and more dismal views of college. They don't like it. Don't feel like they need it. Only 35% consider it very important anymore. That's a new low. In 2010, 75% considered college very important. Mike Rowe, CEO of MicroWorks Foundation, joins me now. You know, this is, I'm into this topic because I come from middle America, and a lot of my high school classmates did not go to college. And I remember the panic, you know, in the adults in the room that you have to go to college or you weren't going to make it in life. And guess what? All those classmates, all my friends, they're doing okay.
If that's all there was to it, Aisha, just a feeling of panic and uncertainty, that would be bad enough. But when you attach a price tag to it that is representative of an increase that far surpasses anything else in the history of Western civilization, from healthcare to real estate to food to energy, the cost of this experience relative to its value in today's society is laughable. And I'll tell you something else that's laughable. You guys sent me an article in Axios that carried this, the results of this poll. I just want to point out that in the article, the author does something that is so typical. Here, I'll read it to you. It says, the bottom line, it feels bad right now to be a recent college graduate, but it doesn't necessarily feel better to be someone with a high school diploma who's just going into the labor market.
Yeah.
This is so fallacious to compare a BS degree and all the attendant debt that comes with it to nothing but a high school diploma is so false. The world is filled, our country is filled with people who went to a trade school or went to a community college and mastered a skill that was in demand, who are now with no debt out earning their baccalaureate counterparts.
Right.
Nobody writes about that. It's always this false comparison.
I don't think either of us are knocking college here. I think college makes sense for people who know exactly what they want to do. They have this major in mind, but there are so many people that are
No.
They're not even using.
I almost have 5 degrees. All right, so I have too many degrees. All right, but it is in. Just because you know your major doesn't mean that you should be going to college. The question is, what are you going to college for? Are you going to college for employment? Are you going to college for academic attainment? Are you going to college for sports and being part of, or are you going to college for learning music? What are you going to college for? And some majors aren't equal. Going to college for engineering versus going to college for history. All right, there's nothing wrong with getting a history degree. I think it's actually important to get more knowledgeable about history, but there's many ways to obtain that knowledge. So it depends on why you're going. So just because you know your major doesn't mean you should go to college. I mean, like, there's not that much you can do with a sociology degree. So should you really go to a college and spend all that money on sociology? Probably not, even though you know that you want to go into sociology. So just because you know what you want to go into, I don't think that means it. And the other side of the coin is also true. Just because you don't know doesn't mean that you won't be successful in the job market. Many people that go to college that don't know what they want to do, they take a few different subjects in the general requirement world, and then eventually they hone in on a particular major and they're successful. So there's many different types of students. But what's happening today is that most people, they're gravitating to business, they're gravitating to the psychology degrees, they're gravitating to coding degrees, right? Computer science degrees. And what they're noticing is that the job market isn't as plentiful as what they thought when they went in. Then you have the other side of the coin, where there are many liberal art majors in the humanities or the language studies. They aren't going to be able to find good paying jobs. But if they went to school to be educated, if they went to school to understand a certain discipline, knowing that they probably wouldn't have good job prospects, there's nothing wrong with going to college because they knew what they were getting into. The problem is that when students get into college and get a degree that doesn't transfer into the job market easily, and they've obtained all that debt, it becomes a problem. So we're probably seeing the apex of the degree, the college degree, and you're going to start seeing more and more people moving towards what they call skill-based hiring. See, before, Gen Xers had to go through, and even Gen Y had to go through this era where it was, did you go to college? And that's an entry into the job force, unless you were a coder, unless you knew something, a unique skill that was related to computers, programming or drafting or whatever, right? Most jobs you'd get in because you went through college. So that was degree-based hiring. Well, it's shifting. It's shifting to skills-based. That means that if you have a degree or not, it doesn't matter as long as you have the skills that they're looking for. The problem is that you have to constantly update your skills all the time and be a lifelong learner to update your skills and stack those skills for your career. So it's not the traditional way to be educated. So you're going through your whole career arc constantly being updated with new skills that are related to whatever field that you're working in or want to work in. So it's going to be based on skills based, not degree based. The problem comes in is, okay, so now they get hired because it's skill based. But the problem comes in is that you do this for a generation. How many of those individuals really understand the classics, understand long sentence structure and writing and doing scholarly research and all that? Many of them don't know that. So this pendulum, I talk about the pendulum between conservative and liberal or between collectivism and individualism. Well, there's a pendulum between overall educated individual and a skills-based individual. For the last 25 years, it's been formally educated individual, college educated individual, but that pendulum is now swinging towards skills-based. But the ones that were college-based educated, a lot of them didn't have skills that were transferable. But when that pendulum swings to the skills-based, there's going to be a lot of the society that doesn't have some of the positive externalities of a college education. And so probably the answer is college needs to be cheaper. It shouldn't be 4 years. It should be 3 years. And it's a combination of skills and well-rounded classical. Now, if you don't want to do the well-rounded classical education, then it needs to move towards the high school level. And so it gets back to the really the root of this issue. College probably should be skills-based or more skills-based, less general requirements and more skills-based related to a field. Coupling maybe design and engineering, art and science, form and function. And the classics should be pushed down to the high school level. So that basically is saying, hey, the high school education sucks. And it's being backfilled by remedial classes at the college level because people aren't being educated at the high school level. So there's a couple issues here where we need more skills-based, but we also need well-rounded individuals. But we have too many college grads that don't have skills. And we have a failing public school at the junior high and high school.
Day, and they're still in debt. They're still in debt.
We paint with a very broad brush, and that's the problem with the poll. I agree with you. I don't know who's listening right now, but I guarantee you some of those people probably should go to a university if they can make it work. But many of them should not. So we've got this cookie cutter advice we continue to dispense. And in the midst of doing that, we forget about all the other opportunities, great jobs that don't require a 4-year degree.
So you've launched this new initiative down in Texas, the great state of Texas, to promote skilled trade. Tell us about it.
Well, we've been at it for 17 years at MicroWorks, and it's finally to the point now where big companies are paying attention. We just awarded $5 million in work ethic scholarships this year. For the first time, we could have done 5, maybe 10 times that number. So I'm hearing from the people at the grown-up table. Wells Fargo reached out about Texas and said, look, we have to challenge the stereotypes and the stigmas that are keeping people out of the trades. We can help. I said, great. So today we're launching that campaign that you kindly put on the screen right now, just to introduce people to men and women who did not go to college, but are making 6 figures in an AI-proof type environment and killing it. So we've got to tell their stories, or we're just going to keep making the same mistakes over and over.
Well, somebody's from Middle America. I'll just cut to this real fast. We don't have a lot of time left. This is Vice President J.D. Vance. This is in July, talking about the importance of skilled labor. He went to law school, but this is important from where he comes from too. Listen to this.
Why is it that we force every single young person to get a big chunk of debt at a 4-year college or university? Why don't we give our young people more options? Because if we did, a lot of them would come and work at Don's machine shop. And that would be good for them, and it'd be good for American workers.
Real quick final thought from you, Mike.
Hey, well, the quick thought is amen. The slightly longer thought is, call me, Mr. Vice President. Let's talk. I was in the room with the president last month. He raised $92 billion for investment in these kinds of.
I'm not joking. I'm not joking about this, all right? But during the heyday of the economic cluster in the 80s and the 90s in Detroit, an average tool and die designer or tool maker was making more than the average Harvard College graduate. Now, some of those Harvard College graduates would be making way more, you know, like in the millions. Sometimes they make their own company or whatever, right? But the far majority of out of the 1,600 graduates that come out of the Harvard College every year, a very small percentage reach to uber level of wealth because they started a company. Many start companies, but a lot of them falter. A lot of them go into consulting. And then many of them go back to school for graduate studies, going into law or medicine or whatever, all right? But the far majority of the class makes less than a tool and die maker. Because that's a high-end skill that takes a lot of mechanical engineering. Now, there's going to be a shift here. There's going to be a shift.
Pennsylvania alone. It's a huge story. It's not being covered. If I can be of use, I'm at your disposal.
Well, I'm sure he's watching. Mike, always good to have you.
Hey, it's Will Kane. Click here to subscribe to the Fox News channel on YouTube. It's the best way to get our latest interviews and highlights. And click to subscribe to the Will Kane podcast for full episodes right now.
Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the Gladiator Barley. Gladiator Barley brings down inflammation, soaks up free radicals through superoxide dismutase, detoxifies the body, and helps to build muscle. Take it every day. It's a high-density protein. Build muscle, and guess what? You're going to be controlling your A1C levels too. Many people in the United States are either borderline diabetic or diabetic. You got to get healthy. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, take the Gladiator Barley, and you can stack it with the Boomer Boost to get added benefit. And also, I have dual purpose deodorants. These are deodorants that you can use every day. It's for males and females, but it'll also help to detoxify your body. And when you detoxify your body regularly, you're helping your immune system, your endocrine system, your brain function, your cardiovascular system, your kidneys, your liver. Really important. Now, this is made from essential oils from the Himalayas. You can get it in citrus or peppermint, lavender, and tea tree. It's for males and females. Get a few bars for your household. Help support the work that I do. All this stuff is for free that I'm telling you on how to improve your health. And oh, by the way, you know, how to trade the tumultuous markets. And I give you my opinion on what's going on. It's all for free. So help support the work by going to my store and getting the great products that I offer. And by the way, when you do this, you're slowing down the aging process. So you can listen to me longer. So instead of listening to me for 10 years, you can listen to me for 30 years. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Use discount 5, you get $5 off anywhere.
Person, in the case of Fort Bragg or some of these others. Pete Hegseth, the Secretary of War, as the president calls him, and President Trump both want the old Confederate names to be restored. How does that coincide with the removal of the images that we're describing?
Well, I'm glad you see the connection, because there is a connection. And first, I would point out that a lot of the names that were removed of former Confederate generals
didn't exist in perpetuity. I mean, these were bases and forts and the like that were renamed in advance of World War One during the height of Jim Crow and the resurgence of white supremacy in America to get Southern Democrats at the time to get on board with America going into World War One. And so, when we say, the time had passed, the time has passed to have names that reflect the beautiful mosaic that we are in America, and to remove the names of those who were traitors to the nation. It isn't, you aren't erasing history. You are, in fact, making history more reflective, or the present more reflective of America's values in the present, which is critically important. And just to link the two more clearly, one of the things.
Oh, really? Why are they bringing down Robert E. Lee's statue? Why did some cities try to take down Jefferson? There was talk about taking down George Washington on Wall Street. Really? Really? You want a civil war? You want another civil war? You want another revolution? Guess what? You bring down George Washington, and the ultra lib is not going to survive.
National Cemetery, the plan by Pete Hegseth in this case, honoring the Confederacy here in the nation's capital. They unveiled plans to rebuild statue commemorating Albert Pike, a Confederate brigadier general, just a few blocks away from the U.S. Capitol as well. What we heard when we asked about this from the Pentagon was the United States and the Department of Defense is not interested in erasing our history, acknowledging it and honoring it, which also would run counter to the removal of certain pieces of history, wouldn't it? Removing statues, updating names so that they reflect the values of the society in which we live, the principles, the goals, the objectives, is not erasing history. You can remove Confederate monuments. The Confederacy still lost. Robert E. Lee was still a traitor. And so that's a talking point. What you are doing, in fact, is, and I think every community over time, every nation over time should pause.
Oh, they melted Robert E. Lee down. They didn't just store it. They took him down and melted him. Now, was he a traitor to the country? Yes. But he also had a pardon from a president. I don't know which president it was that did the pardon. And not just that, it's more important to realize what Lincoln said before he was assassinated. And that was, there should be no reparations against the South. Oh, what wisdom. But when you have the Black community and you have the ultra left trying to change the zeitgeist, oh, we got to whitewash the history now. Really? No, you need to show Robert E. Lee to remind people that there was a traitor. You need to remind people that the South did try to secede from the Union, and thank God that the Union forces won over the Confederacy. Why would you want to take that down? Don't you want to teach future generations about the Civil War and how important it is to maintain this union and try to make it more perfect instead of bringing down statues? Do we really need a Martin Luther King statue? Really? How many of them do we need? Yet majority of the Black community doesn't even understand American history in high school because they're having a hard time pulling up their pants and brushing their teeth and making their bed.
Actually already bent the knee. They've shuttered diversity, equity, and inclusion program. They right now just announced the ACLU of Ohio has filed a lawsuit on behalf of a student who was expelled for nonviolent, non-threatening posts about the war in Gaza. And so I'm less worried. I mean, Ohio State has demonstrated that they are aligning with the Trump administration on many of these issues. So I'm less worried about them, succumbing political backlash, and more worried about them clamping down on not just free speech. And you mentioned the memorial of the protest, the peaceful protest there, but clamping down on the right to dissent and on campus, particularly among students. And it's not, and it's pressure that they're feeling and they're going along with it, not only from the Trump administration, but also from the Ohio State legislature. And so many of these now, as we would call them, red states, are facing this sort of dual threat when it comes to free speech and the right to dissent, not only from the federal government, but also from state government. So I'm deeply concerned and worried that we're continuing to make it more difficult and not create space for students to raise their voice and dissent, not only about what's going on campus, but also what's going on in their nation and in their world. Well, I appreciate the conversation, Professor, and I hope you come back and see us.
Students should not be disrupting the normal operations of the university and creating an environment where it is unsafe. There's nothing stopping a student from protest because they're adults. There's nothing stopping them from protesting on Main Street. Why do they need a safe space in the university? Oh, let's get to the root of the problem here. Because they think that they're protected. And that they think that a liberal biased administration within the school will protect them. Now, people should have freedom of thought and allow for peaceful dialogue between different perspectives. But then why is it that the ultra-liberal screams down a conservative when they're on campus at a university? And then they have to cancel it. Either because there's too much disruption or it becomes unsafe. This is a tactic by the ultra-lib. This is a Marxist tactic. All right. All right, let's listen to a college. Looks like a college student talking about NYU.
Businesses everywhere are turning to Gusto for payroll, benefits, and more. Save time. Save money. Nope. That was Ryan Leonard, NYU College Republican, president, being threatened by a campus vigil and some idiot singer. He joins us along with Reagan Faulkner, president of the UNCW, UNC Wilmington's chapter of College Republicans. Ryan, let's start with you. What were the threats like on Sunday? What really happened?
Yeah, so that was one of many. We gathered around just to have a solemn memorial for Charlie Kirk. And
about 50 people.
Yeah, about 50 people, students, very wholesome event. And they encircled us. And as we ignored them, as we prayed for them, as we sang the national anthem, it just enraged them more. They got more aggressive. They physically intimidated our members and gave us all kinds of death threats and threats to our safety.
And did you feel threatened?
Totally.
And were cops there to help you?
We had coordinated with NYPD. So they were around. They had to eventually escort us to safety when people really started getting pushed around, things started getting intense.
So the school came out and said, and had a statement, said a bunch of people showed up and started protesting and singing songs about Charlie Kirk in a Nazi way. They also came out, you guys said, they sang that
See, notice. They use freedom of speech to try to disrupt a vigil. Now, maybe, and maybe I'm going too far to the safe space world, right? But maybe vigils on campus shouldn't be allowed by the administration, not because the vigil is bad, because it's not, but because the ultra liberal in this case is trying to antagonize the ones that are mourning, but through freedom of speech. And so what happens is now you got these two clans, conservatives and liberals, battling each other over the practice of a vigil. It creates disruption, makes it potentially unsafe. So this is where the administration needs to come in, say, no vigil, no animosity, take this off campus. This is not the place for it. If you want to do the vigil someplace else, fine. My understanding is this is on campus. Now, if it's not on campus, then it has other issues. See, you can have freedom of speech. If someone is like doing a public gathering to mourn someone, and you have another group of people that are trying to disrupt it, and they're doing it legally, it adds to the potentiality of problems. It adds to the potentiality of criminal activity. What are you going to do? See, this is a battle between conservatism and ultra-libs. The ultra-lib is going to try to demonize God, country, and family. And the conservatives are going to try to promote God, country, and family. There's no winners here. This is going to eventually be met with violence. This is not going to just go away and dissipate because of we've come to the meeting of the minds. Really? Look at what's happening at Congress. Congress is becoming a free-for-all now and losing etiquette and proper procedures. This is going to turn more violent.
Was written on the casings of the bullet of the assassin.
Yeah, exactly.
And what was the message?
The message was that they want us to die. We really feel like we need Trump to take back Washington Square Park. This is the center of a national park, of a nationally recognized park. This is the center
of your campus,
of Barron Trump's campus too.
Yeah.
So yeah, people feel like it's being taken over by these people who play into this culture of censorship on murder. They, now that we're allowed to say what we want to say, the only way they can stop us is by killing us.
So, it's unbelievable you just said that. Reagan,
see what I mean?
Your thought, can you tell us what happened at your event?
Yes, sir. So we also held a vigil for Charlie Kirk, and we had about a 1,500 person turnout, and we have a spirit rock on campus. And one of the TPUSA members spent about 8 hours painting that rock. And once I got home, we heard that students were trying to go back and cover it up with all sorts of things. So as a group of people, we went out and we actually stayed up all night with the rock. And at about 11, while I was personally in class, was when everything happened, and then they poured the paint on the rock and all of that, and things just kept going down from there, quite frankly.
Were you shocked?
Oh, I was completely shocked. I mean, UNCW is a surfer school, so we've never seen anything politically charged ever happen on campus. I don't think any of us thought that any of this was possible.
Here's a little from that event and some of the violence that took place over in North Carolina.
Heavenly Father, we thank you for who you are. We thank you for Charlie Kirk. We thank you for his life. We thank you for his family. We thank you for giving Charlie Kirk the courage and faith.
So it doesn't sound violent to me. It sounds wholesome. It sounds like a wonderful tribute for a fantastic guy. For you over here, Ryan, the NYU response is this incident didn't occur on campus. The university officials first became aware of the incident when we received an inquiry from a news organization mid-morning. Once we became aware, we reached out to college Republicans to investigate this matter and to provide support. True? Did you inform the school you were doing this?
We had informed the school, we had informed NYPD, we informed everyone we needed to inform before this had taken place. And to say it's not on campus, I mean, Washington Square Park is like our quad. It's the center of all the NYU buildings. It's where all the students are all the time.
The problem,
Exactly. I mean, it's hard to
the
see.
problem, my understanding, I could be wrong, but my understanding when it comes to NYU, it's a little different than most campuses. I thought that Washington Square, what he's talking about, is actually owned by the city, not by NYU. Because you have a lot of buildings in New York City, and so your campus is like New York City, right? Right. So that's the issue with NYU. That's similar in terms of there's three campuses for Fordham. I went to Fordham for my pre-med. So Fordham, I went to the Rose Hill campus, which is in the Bronx. So it's surrounded by a gate, right? So you have to buzz in with your ID, or you go to the security guard. They let you in, and you're in the campus. All right, and it's all guarded, and it's completely insular from the Bronx. Now that's the Rose Hill campus, but then there's the Lincoln campus, and that's in Manhattan. All right, so the problem when you have buildings in Manhattan, there really isn't a campus. It's just a building on a street corner, and it's connected with other buildings, with signage. That's it. It's not insular from the rest of the city. Now, what is different is that the main campus of Columbia is gated. All right, so that's insular. It's very similar to Rose Hill for Fordham. NYU is not like that. NYU is, there's no, I'm pretty sure that Washington Square is city property. I could be wrong on this, but it's city property. But students are coming back and forth from classes because of these buildings that are connected by the park or the square, Washington Square. So this is an issue. Is this in a public space? Is it a campus space? I don't know. Because I thought Washington Square was a city property. But I could be wrong. I mean, but the thing is that this is the problem with NYU. It doesn't really have a campus. It's just embedded in Manhattan.
Begins and ends, because you're like slapped in the middle of the city. Do you feel the temperature's been down? We see the president take aggressive action against Columbia, against Harvard, against Georgetown and other schools, against Dartmouth. Do you feel as though the temperature's been brought down on campus?
I wish I could say so, but it feels like the opposite. It feels like times are worse than ever to be a conservative on campus.
Yep.
The violence, the death threats that we're seeing around the country are reflected in our students and the people around us.
Reagan, what about you?
I do not feel safe on campus, quite frankly. We've had bomb threats, shooting threats. I've had friends blowing up my phone since I've been waiting for this panel to start, just saying, are you safe? Are you safe? Are you okay? Like, you can't walk on campus by yourself anymore. Your face is everywhere. It's all over social media. So tensions are not going down on campus. Conservatives are afraid, and all we want to do is talk to the other people who have different ideologies than us. We've talked about it, and we want to spread the gospel, as you can see in our video. We want to pray for them, and we want to pick up the mic where Charlie left it. We just want to have a discussion.
This is not what your parents are paying for, and it's not what you should be experiencing. But I hope neither one of you back down, all right? And inform the school what you're doing, get proper security, but don't stop. Appreciate it, guys. Thanks so much for sharing your story.
Hey, Sean,
Conservatives
hey,
need to push back on the ultra liberal, because the ultra liberal is pushing Marxism. And it's about making sure that you're promoting the God, country, and family pillars for society. But don't make the mistake that it's only about Christianity, because it's not. Because the Constitution is about freedom of religion and from religion. All right, keep that in mind. All right, it's not about proselytizing. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Vitamin B complex. This has the first 4 B vitamins that help support the health of the mitochondria, helps to boost up the energy levels, because your mitochondria produces ATP through the electron transport chain. This vitamin B complex helps with that. It revs up the metabolism and protects neurons. Take it if you're 40 years of age or older. Super important. Omega-3 brings down systemic inflammation, helps prevent oversticking of your red blood cells, which reduces clot formation. And omega-3 will help with your lipid profile, help to bring down LDL levels and help to increase your HDL levels. Super important to maintain and help with your cardiovascular health. Resveratrol. I've been taking resveratrol for decades, and I look a lot younger than Alex Jones, but I'm older than Alex Jones. Resveratrol soaks up free radicals because it's an antioxidant. Helps the health of the mitochondria so they have more energy. It helps with youthful gene expression and helps to get rid of cells that are in senescence. Super important. It also helps with your basal layer so you have better skin. But not just that, this slows down the aging process. And it stacks well with C60, NAD+, ubiquinol, omega-3, and vitamin B complex. A powerful stack right here. You get the youthful gene expression, you help with your cardiovascular health, and you protect your neurons and rev up your metabolism. So go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, get the resveratrol, the vitamin B complex, and the omega-3. This is a very powerful stack. Use discount 5, you get $5 off any order. And oh, by the way, you spend $100 or more, you get a free gift. You're gonna need it. Because guess what? The fall and the winter, it's gonna be problematic. I guarantee you that. Guaranteed.
Shut down, they can't decide what bills get paid and what don't, but there are a lot of mandatories in there too. They can decide to shutter agencies or not. And at the end of the day, I think that's the sideshow. I think what is really amazing, even though I believe Republicans will get more than their share of the blame for a shutdown because they are in charge, the Democrat strategy makes no sense whatsoever. I mean, they are trying to legislate on a CR, and the CR is, here's what we're spending today. We're going to keep spending that tomorrow until we get our appropriations done. And they should take credit. The Senate has actually done good work on these appropriations bills. They don't have much left to do. That's where policy is made. And so, for Schumer, who's very much working off of his disastrous cave-in in March, when he did cave in when he shouldn't have on a CR, he's fighting March's battle today. And you got to know where you are in the cycle. Right now, the smartest thing that Chuck Schumer can do is instruct 5 Democrats to vote on this bill this afternoon and go home.
Chuck Schumer isn't that bright. Did you see him how he was trying to grill a cheeseburger?
We'll never know until they do it. I quit a long time ago trying to predict what this White House is willing to do or not do. No doubt. Jeannie, tell us your thoughts on this. Surely Chuck Schumer knows what we're talking about and has heard the message from the White House. Is that what he wants to see?
I disagree with Rick on this. I don't believe that Chuck Schumer made the wrong decision earlier this year. I know it was wildly unpopular with the progressive left, but I do agree with John Fetterman saying today, and I think you may find a few other Senate Democrats go along with it, who knows, is that shutting the government down is not good politics. And to what end? The only way Democrats can get back power is by retaking the House or maybe the Senate and/or. That requires, I understand the base play because they need to get their voters out, but they cannot open this window for Donald Trump to hit them as the reason that the economy is what it is. And so I think it is a wrong move, especially now, to shut down the government, because again, what can they do? They can negotiate. Let Republicans, if they want to sit on top of a government that cuts Obamacare subsidies by 20, 30, 40%, let them. If they want to sit on top of and responsible for a government with the inflation that we have, with the unemployment that we, with the tariff wars that we have, I mean, the list goes on and on. Let them take responsibility for it and go out and make your case to the voters. These shutdowns do none of that. So I don't see this as good politics. And I know I am very much in the minority on that because there is a real interest, and I get it, on the Democratic base to fight, fight, fight. But this maximalist posture is a loser, I think, in the long term for Democrats.
Ooh, well, would it be the?
Wait a minute, there's some breaking news by the BBC. NATO intercepts Russian warplanes violating Estonia airspace. So let's play that from the BBC. Before we do, please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the natto kinase before we have nuclear war. Natto kinase will break up clots because it's fibrinolytic. You're going to need this in the winter and the fall. Trust me. And natto kinase also helps with your lipid profile. It helps to bring down LDL levels and increase your HDL levels, so it improves your cardiovascular health. You're probably going to need that for the fall and the winter. I'm just saying. And oh, by the way, DrPaulCottrell is not wrong.
Download the app and get 50% off your first Wonder order with code 50Google.
When we hit that first 1 million sales in our first year of business, it was surreal. This is definitely going to be a thing.
Let's start with that breaking story, the developing story we've seen over the last hour or so, because Estonia's government says 3 Russian military jets entered NATO airspace without permission on Friday morning and stayed there for nearly 12 minutes. In a statement on X, a NATO spokesman said NATO responded immediately and intercepted the Russian jets, which had violated Estonian airspace, adding this is yet another example.
And Russia knows that the United States isn't going to do anything about it. You know why? Because Trump isn't willing to go all the way. He chickens out. Putin knows this. Putin knows this. And then Trump thinks, or at least he's telling the public, oh, I have a great relationship with Putin. Really? I mean, it was just last week or so, maybe a little bit more than a week, with, remember the drone incident over Poland? Now we have Estonia, 12 minutes in airspace with Russian jets. Trump's not doing anything. Trump's not doing anything. We're slowly creeping into activating Article 5 of NATO. And when that happens, the stock market is going to tank. Jobs are going to start being lost. And you better, if you have a kid that is draft age, they better start doing push-ups because they're going to war.
Because Russian behavior and NATO's ability to respond. The foreign minister of Estonia said the incident was the most brazen violation yet of its airspace and the 4th this year. He said Russia was increasingly testing its neighbours' borders with its aggression. The incident comes after a week in which more than 20 drones violated Polish airspace, prompting NATO jets to shoot some down, and a further Russian drone incursion over Romanian territory close to the Ukrainian border. So let's get immediate reaction from Vitaly Shevchenko, BBC Monitoring's Russia editor and host of Ukraine Cast. And Vitaly, tell us more, because this doesn't appear again to be some sort of mistake. It is there in Estonian airspace for a considerable amount of time, isn't it?
Of course, there will be people who will be asking the question of, could this be an honest mistake?
It's not an honest mistake.
This would be giving Russia too much benefit of the doubt, following a clear pattern that has been emerging over the past weeks. Last week, 10 days ago, at least 19 Russian drones violated Polish airspace. Then another drone entered Romania's airspace. So now we have these 3 Russian MiG-31 jets over Estonia. And that is the pattern that is emerging of Russia testing, well, basically how much it can get away with. And frankly, despite all the expressions of concern and statements, such as the one we heard from Kaja Kallas, the EU's foreign policy chief, that the EU stands in full solidarity with Estonia, this doesn't really amount to a reason
for Vladimir Putin to fear any sort of consequences following these apparent attempts to violate NATO airspace. So this is one reason why Russia's neighbors, such as Estonia and Ukraine, have been saying that more needs to be done to stop Russia from carrying out such violations.
And that is repeated by Ursula von der Leyen from the EU, saying that every provocation has to be responded to with determination while investing in stronger operations in our eastern flank. What does she mean by that?
Well, it's the best the EU can try, because it's a collective body which is governed by consensus. So if there's any opposition within the EU to stronger action against Russia, there's deadlock. And to give you one example of what happened in the past, because the Estonian Foreign Minister Margus Tsahkna said this is the worst violation of 4 this year. In May this year, the Estonian Navy attempted to detain a Russian tanker, which they suspected to be part of Russia's so-called shadow fleet, which Russia uses to avoid Western sanctions. So when Estonia attempted to stop that tanker, board it, Russia sent a fighter jet into Estonian airspace. And what happened? Well, not much. Just as now, back then there were expressions of concern, but will they stop Vladimir Putin? As we can see, well, they haven't, and they probably will not.
Vitaly, thanks very much. Let's bring in Mikey Kay, host of the Security Brief here on BBC News and former British military strategist. Mikey,
Before we do that, please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Get the C60. This is a very potent antioxidant. You get it in MCT coconut oil, avocado oil, or extra virgin olive oil. You can get it in a 2 ounce, a 4 ounce, or an 8 ounce configuration. It's cheaper for the higher ounce configuration. Now, C60 is a molecule of 60 carbons that can absorb and neutralize free radicals 1,000 times stronger, 1,000 times more than 1 molecule of vitamin C. 1 molecule of C60, 1,000 times stronger than vitamin C. Now, when you do that, you're soaking up free radicals, you're reducing the stress in the cell and in your tissues. Your organ systems will perform better, even your brain. And your energy levels will go up because the health of the mitochondria will improve and produce more ATP. If you soak up those free radicals at the vascular level, you're reducing plaque formation. When you improve your neural health and have more ATP for your neurons, because your neurons have lots of mitochondria, it's making more neurotransmitters and it's improving the neuroplasticity. Very important. So when you do this on a regular basis, you're going to notice that your body is performing better, your endocrine system, your immune system is performing better, your thyroid is performing better, your brain function is performing better, you're improving your cardiovascular health, you have more energy. Take a teaspoon a day, every day, preferably on an empty stomach in the morning for best absorption. If you work out, take it before your workout so you soak up the free radicals that you generate during your workout, and you will notice that you are recovering from your workout quicker. Take C60 every day, teaspoon a day. You get it in a 2 ounce, a 4 ounce, and an 8 ounce configuration. Use discount 5, you get $5 off any order.
I listed the number of incidents just over the last few days in terms of the seriousness of this. You only have to look at some of the comments from EU officials, from Estonian officials, from NATO officials.
Yeah, I mean, this isn't the first time this has happened, Matthew. May was an example where 2 Su-35 Russian were launched against shadow tankers coming through Estonian territorial waters. That was a brief incursion, but this looks like it was 12 minutes, and these aren't Su-35s, these are MiG-31s. So they've got a speed of about Mach 2.8, which is at one point one of the fastest fighters in the world. It's got an incredible range on it. It's too crude. And at the moment, you have Baltic Air policing inside Amani Air Base in Estonia, which is being policed by Italian F-35s. F-35 has a speed of about Mach 1.6. So, you know, this is a inside territorial airspace. Territorial airspace goes out to about 12 nautical miles off the coast. It's not the first time it's happened. And this now is with the MiG-31, which is a hugely fast jet, which can outrun effectively the F-35, only in terms of speed, but the F-35 obviously have air-to-air missiles, which can conduct what's called PVR, beyond visual range. So there is QRA. Baltic air policing has been occurring since 2014, since the Baltic states joined NATO in 2004. So NATO is prepared for this, but the fact that it's happening more regularly, I think, is a bit of a worry.
Yes, the phrase being used is that Russia clearly testing the resolve of NATO. When they talk about bolstering the eastern flank, what do they actually mean by that? And in effect, do all roads ultimately lead back to Donald Trump taking a tougher stance with Russia?
Yeah, Matthew, I've spoken to people inside Estonia, inside Lithuania. You know, there was a real concern about preparations for war inside that country, which doesn't seem to be taken as seriously as the US when it comes to, as you say, bolstering that eastern flank. I was recently reporting on Op Chessman. Op Chessman is UK Typhoons and JS-39 Gripens from Sweden. They were operating together at an airbase very close to Kaliningrad, which is the Russian exclave. And they were intercepting Russian jets and aircraft coming out, military aircraft coming out of Kaliningrad on a regular basis. So bolstering that eastern flank when it comes to incursions of airspace, whether it's drones or fighters, is something that, you know, NATO really needs to step up on. Yes, there is Baltic air policing. Yes, it's been going on since 2014. Yes, it's in Lithuania and Estonia, Amani Air Base. But NATO needs to basically realise what's going on here and posture for the threat accordingly.
Mikey Kelly, thanks for the latest.
For your words, create your brand, your opportunity, your breakthrough.
Estonia says 3 Russian fighter jets have entered its airspace without permission. Let's bring in our military analyst, Sean Bell. Sean, what more can you tell us? This follows, obviously, the situations we've seen with drones in Poland and also Romania, this time a 12-minute incursion by 3 jets. What's going on?
Yeah, good afternoon, Gareth. I mean, the drones, because of the numbers, the distances involved, you know, there was a potential that this was an error. As soon as you start talking about 3 MiG-21s, these are Foxhound supersonic fighter aircraft, a key part of the Russian Air Force inventory. They're incredibly capable. 12 minutes in Estonian airspace, they will have known that they were there. They will have known exactly what they were doing there. This was pre-planned. This was no mistake. And the challenge, of course, is that for NATO, well, Estonia initially, but then NATO, you know, they were clearly identified. They clearly were not engaged. And I think this will be a real test for the rules of engagement for NATO. But let's be quite clear, you know, unlike the drone incursions earlier, this was premeditated. I operated in the Cold War in Germany. We had a buffer zone there. And believe you me, when you had gone even close to it, people were warning you. So going inside Estonian airspace for 12 minutes is no mistake.
I'm interested, just as we see this image of Putin flashing up our screen, and this is prior images and library footage we're showing our viewers. Sean, how far up the chain of command does this have to go to allow Russian aircraft to violate sovereign national airspace, NATO-patrolled airspace as well? Would Putin have to sign this off?
One of the things that's unique to autocracies is that they're paranoid about their own military turning against them. So they don't have, in the West, we have delegated responsibility. You operate with commander's intent. So even our corporals and sergeants can be leaders on the battlefield and make their own decisions. That is not the case in the Russian military. When something happens, everybody looks to their right, looks up at the next guy and says, "What do you want me to do, sir?" He looks right and does exactly the same thing. Something as serious as this, there is no doubt that President Putin would have had to sign this off. And it's clearly, I think, a test for NATO, because there's long been a discussion that Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania, the Baltic states, formerly part of the Soviet Union, haven't got a great deal of military capability indigenous to them. In fact, Estonia, where this airspace was incurred, they don't have an active air force. I think they've got something like 2,000 personnel, a few unmanned aircraft and some radars. And that's one of the reasons why NATO does its Baltic air policing out of Almari Air Base in Estonia, that patrols the skies over there to provide some deterrence value. But be under no illusions, this would have come from the top. It's a very clear test for NATO, because up till now, NATO seems reluctant to fight back. And when you have military aircraft or an air force that's currently involved in a war just a few miles down the road, this is very serious, and NATO will be looking very carefully at how it responds.
I'm just thinking of where this goes, Sean, because at the end of the day, Russia's got massively bogged down in Ukraine, and the reality in any days, weeks, months, or maybe even in the short term, years' time, you can't see it legitimately entering and violating, the territorial ground of these nations. It can't muster enough forces to try and do what it's done in Ukraine and Estonia anytime soon. So is the purpose of this just to keep throwing the thorn in the side of NATO, to keep making Trump look like a fool, to keep trying to trip the grouping up? Because it doesn't serve any legitimate military purpose per se, does it? This is more just throwing stones and seeing where they land and kind of jabbing the hornet's nest of things.
It might be, but I always think it's a bit dangerous if we assume that Putin is stupid, because very rarely does he do something that has no specific military intent. I think it's been, the West is having to look at, does it continue to help Ukraine as it has been, and gradually it might slow the pace of losing, but Ukraine is still losing, or has it got to look at new ways to help? And the no-fly zone is something that has been regularly talked about, particularly with the drone incursions in Romania and Poland. It's starting to gather a little head of steam. Now, if Putin was to demonstrate that the airspace over Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania was vulnerable, he might draw limited numbers of NATO assets to force a defence of that region, and therefore make it less likely that they would have the appetite or the resources to do a no-fly zone into Ukraine. Now, none of us know, clearly it's only in the mind of President Putin, but I think there does follow a little bit of logic here that Putin's probably feeling worried that the West is getting slightly emboldened, and therefore just reminding it that actually up to the north, those former Baltic states are very vulnerable without NATO air support.
What does Amazon Live mean to me?
Oh my God.
Following, 3 Russian fighter jets have just entered into Estonia's airspace without permission earlier this morning, that according to Estonia's foreign ministry. Officials say the jets stayed in their airspace for some 12 minutes. Estonia borders Russia and is a key member of NATO. Its foreign minister called the move by Moscow unprecedentedly brazen. That's a direct quote. All this comes as U.S. and Western intelligence officials are still trying to determine whether Russia intentionally flew drones over Polish airspace earlier this month. Joining us here in the situation with CNN's Katie Bowe. Let's walk us through, Katie Bowe, this new reporting on what's going on.
Well, we're just over a week from 19 Russian drones entering Polish airspace, and
NATO allies.
Precisely so. And U.S. and Western intelligence officials are still deeply divided over whether that incursion was accidental or whether it was intentional, perhaps an effort to probe Western air defenses, right? And part of what makes this so difficult for them to reach an assessment on this is they're really reliant on looking at sort of the technical specifications of the drones that they were able to shoot down in Poland, as well as the flight pattern of these drones while they were in Polish airspace. How were they flying, right? What can they learn from that? And the problem is that most of that information can really be interpreted either way. We heard from some Ukrainian officials who say, look, we've never seen a deviation of this size, 19 drones knocked off target, right? We have also heard from some Western intelligence officials who spoke to us who say, look, these drones are programmed en masse. If you have hundreds of drones in the air at a time, as was the case with this attack, 20 of them run into Ukrainian electronic warfare defenses, jamming essentially. It's perfectly plausible that 20 of them could have been knocked off their pathway. And so one US military official that I spoke to really put the odds at 50-50 either way. The problem now, of course, is how do you respond if you are NATO, if you don't know whether this was intentional or not? What we did hear from senior officials, both here in the United States and in Europe, is either way, whether it was intentional, whether it was accidental, it suggests a really worrying increase in the tolerance for risk that Russia is willing to
If it
take.
were accidental, I think this second incident now with Estonia, another NATO ally, and Russian jets flying over and entering that airspace, that would seem to confirm it wasn't accidental.
That's certainly going to be brought to bear on the analysis, and I think you're going to see a lot of certainly European nations who already believed that this was intentional saying, look, this is just further evidence.
It's happened now twice, so we'll see what happens. Katie Bolilis, thanks very, very much. I want to bring in CNN military analyst, retired U.S. Air Force Colonel Cedric Layton. Colonel, thanks very much for joining us. So what's your analysis on Poland, now Estonia, two NATO allies? And as we all know, if Russia is involved in engaging militarily against NATO allies, this isn't just against Poland and Estonia, but all NATO allies potentially could be involved.
Yes, absolutely. And that's where the Article 5 provisions come into play. Well, so when you look at the Polish example with those 19 drones, as Katie Bo was just talking about, I would put the odds actually at more 70-30 or 60-40 that the Russians did this intentionally. Now, it is absolutely possible that there was jamming involved. And the way to determine that is whether or not Ukrainian jamming efforts were underway at that particular moment in time, or even Polish jamming efforts. So if there was nothing like that going on at that time, then you can pretty much determine that this was an intentional effort. When it comes to the Estonian situation with 3 fighter jets, that is an obvious offensive play by the Russians. What they're doing is they're testing the air defenses of the Estonians. They're looking at the way in which the Estonians would respond to an incursion, and the fact that they stayed in Estonian airspace for 12 minutes. That's a very long time, relatively speaking. Small country, doesn't take long to fly from one end to the other in a fighter jet. They would be doing this intentionally to determine what the Estonians have and how they would deploy it.
Is there a point at which you think NATO allies should respond more forcefully to these kinds of Russian incursions?
Well, it depends on what exactly the Russian incursions are doing. If the Russian incursions involve just intelligence gathering assets, that's one thing. But in this particular case, at least with the Estonian situation, where you have fighter jets involved, that's an obvious offensive weapon. Some of the drones that were used in Poland also have offensive capabilities. So when you look at how those drones were employed, did they have a type of warhead in their platform? Did they have only electronic gear in their platform? That would then determine what kind of response NATO should have. But generally speaking, NATO should be prepared to shoot these drones down if necessary. Fighter jets, different story because you're talking about a manned aircraft. That involves something completely different. The best thing to do in that case, at the moment at least, would be to intercept those jets and force them back into Russian airspace.
Good point. Another very sensitive military-related issue. You heard yesterday President Trump say the Trump administration is now working to regain control of the huge Bagram Air Base in Afghanistan, which the U.S. withdrew from at the end of the Biden administration. What would that look like for the U.S. to attempt to take that air base, it's a huge air base, back?
Yeah, that is a huge air base, Wolf, and of course it was the node for a lot of our operations during the time of our presence in Afghanistan. It would be very interesting because now Bagram Air Base, if we took it over again, would be in the middle of Taliban territory. So there'd have to be a lot of arrangements with the Taliban. In essence, we would become de facto, if not de jure, allies with the Taliban, at least for the purposes of protecting that airbase. So it would be a very interesting development. The president mentioned yesterday that this was basically in discussions in order to have a way to watch China, especially China's nuclear developments. That is something that Bagram could be used for, but it is actually pretty far away from the Chinese facilities at Lok Nor and other space-related facilities that would be of interest to the U.S. from an intelligence perspective.
And unless the Taliban, which controls that area right now, were to peacefully agree to hand over the Bagram Air Base back to the United States, it would require military action for the U.S. to go in there, ground troops, Air Force personnel, and take that air base back from the Taliban.
It would, and that would require a permanent presence then of the US. Personnel would obviously be rotated in and out, but it would mean that in essence, if it was a hostile takeover, so to speak, it could be done, but it would be a very dangerous and vulnerable mission. And that's something that would be, would really involve us in Afghanistan.
For all practical purposes, it would be.
Let's see some more information about this. This doesn't sound good at all. This is DRM news. I don't know what DRM news is.
YouTube Premium is ad-free YouTube and background play. So you can watch videos while reading, searching, shopping.
NATO member Estonia has accused Russia of an unprecedented violation of its airspace, saying 3 Russian MiG-31 fighter jets illegally crossed into its territory on Friday, September 19th, and remained inside for a total of 12 minutes. According to Tallinn, the incident marks the 4th such violation by Moscow this year. But Foreign Minister Margus Sakna described this latest breach as unprecedentedly brazen, warning that Russia's increasingly aggressive actions demand stronger political and economic pressure from the West. The violation comes against the backdrop of rising tensions along NATO's eastern flank and follows an incident just a week earlier, when more than 20 Russian drones entered Polish airspace on the night of September 9th to 10th, forcing NATO fighter jets to intercept and shoot some of them down. Western officials at the time suggested Russia was deliberately testing the alliance's readiness and resolve, and Estonia's government now sees the latest incursion as a continuation of that strategy. Tallinn formally lodged a protest with Russia's top diplomat in the country, underscoring that repeated airspace violations threaten European security and will not go unanswered. Estonia, a staunch supporter of Ukraine, has consistently called for tougher sanctions on Moscow, and in May reported that a Russian warplane briefly entered its NATO-protected skies while attempting to shield a sanctioned oil tanker believed to be part of Russia's so-called shadow fleet designed to evade Western restrictions. With the war in Ukraine grinding on and NATO members ramping up military cooperation along the Baltic and eastern borders, the incursion has fueled concerns that Moscow is escalating its provocations in the region, testing not only military defenses, but also political unity within the alliance. For Estonia, a frontline state sharing both a border and a long, difficult history with Russia, the latest breach underscores the vulnerability of small NATO members and the urgent need for a robust and coordinated response to deter further aggression.
Good.
At Marshalls, our buyers hustle 24/7.
Not good. Let's see. That's Euro News. Let's play France 24 here.
It is a city that symbolizes the complicated, intricate ties between Russia and the former territories of the Soviet Empire. A city marked by the ups and downs of its history. We're taking you today to the city of Narva, the easternmost city in Estonia. In 1940, under a pact between Stalin and Hitler, the USSR invaded and annexed the Baltic country. Arrests, deportations, executions. The first Soviet occupation was so brutal that when Hitler broke the alliance and attacked the USSR in 1941, part of the Estonian population welcomed the Nazis as liberators. Tens of thousands of Estonians joined the Waffen-SS, willingly or by force. But in 1944, the Red Army recaptured Narva and advanced westwards. Estonia, once again, fell under Soviet rule. Tens of thousands of Estonians, again, deported to Gulag camps. After the war, Stalin forbid Estonians from returning to Narva. Instead, the city was repopulated with Russians and Russian speakers from other regions of the Soviet Union. Today, more than 30 years after the fall of the USSR, 90% of Narva's population is still Russian-speaking, and that brings fears of a new conflict. Vladimir Putin already claims to be denazifying Ukraine. So after Transnistria, South Ossetia, Donbass and Crimea, could Vladimir Putin once again activate the scenario of defending Russian speakers, this time on the territory of a NATO member country? Lenina Volochi with Gulliver Crag revisit Narva for France 24.
They are barely 100 meters apart. On one side, the medieval fortress of Ivangorod in Russia. And just across the river that today forms the border, that of Narva in Estonia. It houses a museum tracing the town's history of being conquered and reconquered.
This room is called the garrison room. On display are representatives of the various armies and units that participated in battles for the town of Narva over the centuries.
Germanic, Swedish, and then part of the Russian Empire, Estonia was never independent before 1918. But it is what happened next, under the two great tyrannies of the 20th century, that has left the deepest scars.
Here in front of a soldier from the Soviet Union, there's an Estonian representative of the German army. These two gentlemen could have been brothers. There were such cases here. The Soviet Army's recruitment commission would arrive in some village, choose a family, and take the eldest son, for example, to the front. Then the German occupation started, and the Germans would take the same village, and they too would recruit from among the local population. And in the same village, in the same family, it would be the younger son's turn to go to fight. And the brothers could end up in opposing trenches on the same battlefield.
After 1 year of Soviet occupation in 1940, Estonia fell to Hitler's Germany. 3 years later, in 1944, the USSR took over again. After the war, Estonians from Narva were not allowed to return to the city. The Soviets considered them Nazi collaborators. Boris's grandmother was among thousands of Russians brought in to rebuild and repopulate the town.
Unfortunately, Narva never looked the same again. This beautiful Swedish town, once the jewel in the crown of Sweden, was dismantled. The town rebuilt by the Soviet Union got repopulated mainly by Russian speakers. And that's still the case today. 90% of Narva's population are Russian speakers.
After the fall of the USSR, Estonia declared that the Soviet period had been an occupation and ruled these population transfers illegal. Only pre-1940 residents would be granted Estonian citizenship automatically. Others, if they wanted a passport, would have to learn Estonian. As a result, 34 years on, nearly half of Narva's Russian speakers either have only Russian citizenship or are stateless. History itself is a battlefield. Tensions can easily flare up when you ask people in Narva about the past. Today, this pensioners association is meeting for brunch at the headquarters of the Union of Estonians of Narva. The head of the union, Ants Liimets, has dug out some old meeting documents and photos of its members from 1939.
Here we see the whole union, its members gathered for a banquet.
Ants has also drawn up a list of all the union members who lived in Narva before the first Soviet occupation.
I made this list because maybe some of the children
Or acquaintances.
are still alive.
We'll surely find some acquaintances.
But despite these efforts, they have not identified a single family still living in Narva today.
The population was replaced. That was Stalin's national policy. Today, Russia is pursuing a similar policy in parts of Ukraine. This history does not prevent elderly people from living here today, though some grievances remain.
Indeed, the atmosphere grows tense when I interview Alla Vajterovna. As a young girl, she experienced the Nazi siege of Leningrad in Russia. Her father, a Red Army soldier, died there in 1942.
There was a famine in Leningrad. My stepmother would eat our ration cards. We would dip our fingers in the salt. I stopped being able to walk because of the hunger, and my father had an inflammation of the colon. When he finally got fed, it killed him.
В России, да, тоже приняли в Советском Союзе, что это освободители, а некоторые считают, что наоборот, это оккупанты, которые пришли сюда захватывать Эстонию. Как вы видите эту историю, вот эти вот восхождения в нарративе?
Everyone has their own opinion and that won't change.
Stop. We don't want to discuss these questions.
For us, it was not a liberation. Full stop.
The topic is a source of conflict. Mila's grandfather died in a Gulag labor camp after being deported in 1941. Her uncle was part of the second wave of Estonians deported by Stalin in 1949. He too died in Siberia.
It's a very painful topic because in my family, on my mother's and on my father's side, they were repressed, though they had done nothing wrong, and they were prevented from coming back here just because they were Estonian.
I want to play the piano.
Sure, let's chill out a bit.
Ultimately, good humour is restored. But in Narva, the ghosts of the past are never far away.
Gusto is the best choice for small business payroll. It's fast. It's trusted. It's a great value. And when it comes to running your business, it's the easiest choice you can make. Get started for free at gusto.com.
These hills west of the town saw bloody clashes between the Wehrmacht and the Red Army in 1944. Those who wanted the Soviet fallen gather here every 9th of May, the day Germany surrendered. But today is the 26th of July, anniversary of the Soviet offensive, and it's the other side's turn to commemorate those they see as Estonia's true defenders. These people are supporters of the Waffen-SS's 20th Estonian Division.
Here we fought for our country, not for Germany. These soldiers fought for Estonia. Thanks to them, some 80,000 Estonians were able to escape and emigrate to Europe. Otherwise, they might have been killed or sent to Siberia.
Sinimägede lahing sümboliseeris seega paljuski kogu Eesti rahvavõitlust idavaenlasega.
All the same, there is a form of glorification of the Third Reich here. The Friends of the Estonian Legion have adopted as their logo the Totenkopf skull and crossbones, most notoriously worn by the guards at the Nazi concentration and death camps. But they prefer to avoid that topic and focus more on Stalin's crimes.
The Nazis also committed certain crimes against humanity whilst accusing others of it. In war, that can happen.
We consider Hitler as a criminal?
The criminals were the ones at the table at the Nuremberg trials. Stalin, Churchill, and even Roosevelt was a criminal, because it's thanks to him that we were enslaved to Stalin for 50 years.
We asked Timo to show us around the Museum of the Blue Hills Battle. But we are stopped at the entrance. We try to insist, and things get tense. In the end, accompanied by a member of the association, we managed to film inside the museum with a hidden camera.
Okay. He was here with
The exhibition reflects Estonians' complex relationship to the period under Nazi occupation, a relationship that Russian propaganda exploits, as our guide explains. In claiming to be continuing Stalin's war, might Vladimir Putin use denazification as a pretext for attacking Estonia, as he did with Ukraine? In reaction to the war launched by Russia in 2022, the Baltic country has also toughened its line on its Soviet inheritance. Those who do not have Estonian passports because they didn't learn the language can no longer vote in local elections. And school teachers are now required to show a higher level of Estonian than what's required for citizenship. Jelena Rautio is a school psychologist. She works part-time for this NGO, which helps children with special needs. A Russian speaker, she lost her job at one school last year, and recently just lost another.
For decades, I took Estonian lessons in parallel to my work, but unfortunately, I just can't achieve the required level. For now, the school has not found another psychologist to replace me. It hasn't found a new speech therapist or special needs teacher either, nor 30 other professionals who had to leave the school just as I did. To replace us, they hired an accountant, a customs inspector, a former policeman, even a seamstress.
Without much hope of success, Jelena continues to study the language. It is a bitter pill to swallow for Narva's Russian speakers. Jelena has lived here since 1984 and managed to pass the citizenship exam. Her maternal grandfather was a Red Army soldier, as was her own father, who fought on the Leningrad and Narva fronts. Jelena says she understands Estonia's feelings about the Soviet occupation, but not its policies towards Russian speakers, who can even be stripped of their citizenship once obtained.
In their bitterness, Estonians refuse to understand that it is not my mother, our neighbour, or me who were the occupiers. At the time when we came here, it was all part of the same country, and we didn't leave in 1992. We stayed on to live here. We've been good and honest citizens, so it's not fair to punish us just because our native language is Russian.
It's pain.
I took control, went solo, and built my own online knife empire. I loved being a chef. Working in someone else's kitchen just wasn't cutting it for me. So I ordered 200 hand-forged knives in my dorm room and built a Wix website to sell them. Just like crafting the perfect knife, creating a polished website takes real precision. When you own the details, you own the results. Wix gave me that control. And the impact, sold 30 under 30, $1 million in revenue, and I'm just getting started. I don't just make knives, I forge my own path.
It's painful for sure. We feel humiliated. I've lived here for 65 years. Can you imagine? And suddenly there you go. I'm no one.
But like Jelena, her mother, and their neighbour, residents of Narva try to resist ethnic isolationism.
Today, we are welcoming experts from Portugal. They're going to share their experience in multicultural groups and explain how they teach people from different cultures.
Jelena Lokhmatova heads an NGO running cultural projects and civic initiatives. One of its priorities is to break Narva's linguistic divide.
That language can and be a barrier, but it can be also a bridge.
Our sessions are in more and more demand lately because people are anxious due to the war. They worry about the language problem and what's happening in the country. These meetings offer them a chance to be together, to have a laugh, to learn something new, and to keep moving forward.
When you look at the wall, you read what is right, and you complete the sentence.
One goal I want to achieve is to become a licensed psychotherapist.
Yelena's sessions clearly are much appreciated, a breath of fresh air in distressing times. But Yelena says that what's really needed is dialogue between the government in Tallinn and the Russian-speaking East.
Residents of Narva love their country. Even if they're not ethnic Estonians, they love Estonia. They want to be implicated in the life of the country, participate in its growth. Dialogue is very important and in such a small country, achievable.
The last thing Yelena would want would be for Vladimir Putin to get involved.
There are reasons for stating that Russian speakers in Estonia don't enjoy the same rights as Estonian speakers. But there is no reason for Russia to meddle in Estonia's internal affairs.
Despite its cultural and linguistic proximity, Russian narratives have so far gained little traction in Narva. Most of its residents are aware of the threat. And the town's tragic history makes them all the more determined to live in peace.
Too many Western Europeans will look at Russia's sabotage and assassinations and now air domain incursions into NATO airspace and other malfeasance and say, well, this is just sort of hybrid warfare. This is sort of just, conditions and it's below the threshold of kinetic war. And I'm sorry, but in the Russian conception of the doctrine of how to wage warfare, the first thing that you do is the condition setting phase, and it is the psychological and political condition setting. And this drone incursion was categorically different from previous drone incursions of a much smaller scale. This is phase 0 of the condition setting for the future war against Europe.
Hello and welcome to Frontline for Times Radio with me, Kate Chabot. And this time we're talking to George Barros from the Institute for the Study of War. George is the Russia and Geospatial Intelligence Team Lead. He advises senior military and political decision makers, and he's a regular here on Frontline. Hi, George. Good to see you again. Now, you're just back from Ukraine, where you attended the Yalta European Strategy meeting. It was just after the Russian drone incursion into Poland. Tell me about your experience of that, because I believe you were actually in Poland at the time.
Thanks so much for having me once again.
Exceed every expectation in the new 2026 Infiniti QX60 from Ramsey Infiniti. Designed with distinction, the QX60 seamlessly blends sophistication and first-class comfort. From its driver-focused cabin with available massaging front row seats to advanced driver assistance and technology features, the QX60 keeps you comfortable and in command. Click now to learn more.
Thanks so much for having me once again, Kate. Look, I was in the sleeper car on the train in the late nights of when the drone incursion occurred, so I'm not exactly sure where the impact. I didn't hear it, I didn't experience it. I learned about it when I arrived at the train station in Kiev at about 5 in the morning. But I have some thoughts about this incursion. Look, that was an act of war, full stop, and it is not simply another incursion. This is, in my assessment, the phase 0 of the Russian war against Europe. It's not helpful, I think, to categorize that sort of activity as being under the moniker of hybrid warfare, because candidly, too many Western Europeans will look at Russia's sabotage and assassinations and now air domain incursions into NATO airspace and other malfeasance and say, well, this is just sort of hybrid warfare. This is sort of just, conditions and it's below the threshold of kinetic war. And I'm sorry, but in the Russian conception of the doctrine of how to wage warfare, the first thing that you do is the condition setting phase, and it is the psychological and political condition setting. And this drone incursion was categorically different from previous drone incursions of a much smaller scale. This is phase 0 of the condition setting for the future war against Europe.
I'm really interested that you said this was an act of war, because you've gone further than anyone else that I've spoken to about this. They're even debating whether it was an attack or not. Why do you say it is an actual act of war?
Well, to send a weapon system into an adversary's air defense system to violate their territorial and the sovereignty and the territorial integrity of the airspace, and then have it be shot down by the defending countries' military systems. What we had there was NATO air defense operators and NATO pilots shooting down Russian military controlled systems on systems warfare. That was an act of war. I'm not sure if it requires any more explanation about that. It was not an accident. You don't send close to 20 drones into territory for that long and that far as they did. It was an act of reconnaissance. Again, act of war doesn't mean that they were going to the strike. These were drones outfitted and kitted for reconnaissance mission. But to conduct a reconnaissance and penetrate an enemy air defense system and then have to be consequently shot down by fixed wing aircraft, I mean, those are acts of war.
And Poland's foreign minister has now suggested that NATO aircraft should be authorised to shoot down drones heading its way over Ukrainian territory. And President Zelensky is again pushing for a no-fly zone, all extremely problematic politically. Is there any chance of this happening?
Look, let's not get wrapped around the axle, put the horse in front of the cart here. That proposal is fraught. It has benefits, it has merits, but what you're consigning the Western backers that would get involved in supporting an air defense bubble somewhere in Western or Central Ukraine is you're consigning Western forces to get involved in acts of war against the Russian Federation in the theater of Ukraine. And in principle, and in theory, that is something that you can debate the merits of. But here's the thing. If you're going to spend the political capital and increase the risk on the escalation ladder by now openly admitting that the policy is we're going to have Westerners engaged in acts of war, systems on systems warfare in Ukraine, then why culminate and end there? If you're really going to incur the risk and really own up to openly, okay, we're going to be setting ourselves up to fight the Russians, that really should happen within a larger and more robust conversation about the no kidding, bona fide security guarantees that Western European states would provide Ukraine and not confine it simply to the air domain. So it's a risky, you acknowledge that it's politically costly, it does incur larger strategic risks. And I think it would be sort of a short stop or a half measure to simply expend the capital, the political capital and the military capital on a weak air defense bubble when really we should be talking about more robust security guarantees. So this conversation really needs to be unpacked and put back into the larger context of, okay, what are the no kidding things that the Western European states and the United States are going to do to guarantee Ukraine security?
And to that point then, this launch of Operation Eastern Sentry in response to that incursion, where does that fit in exactly? And how do you think Russia is going to actually probe the deterrence effect of that?
So it's a good response that we're doing Eastern Sentry. It's a good thing that we're holding up the shields. Look, Europe needs to prepare for large-scale combat operations against the Russian Federation. I think the deterrence needs to come sooner and faster. It needs to exist beyond the air domain. We need to be talking about ground forces too, because candidly, I'll be very candid with you, Kate. There's too many, I think, NATO thinkers and too many Western European military thinkers and political scientists who entertain the hypothesis that the Russians will need 3 to 5 years to reconstitute after the war in Ukraine is over, and therefore Europe has a lot of time to think about and get its affairs in order. And I think it warrants a rigorous interrogation of the alternative hypothesis. The hypothesis is that when active fighting ends in Ukraine, Europe must be prepared no later than 12 months to be prepared to deter and unnecessary defeat conventional military operations on NATO's Eastern Front. And timeline, I think, is a lot less favorable, and I'm prepared to argue for why that's the case. But it's good. But we really need to get much more serious about this in all domains: land domains, cyber, information warfare, etc.
I detect.
information warfare, et cetera.
I detect a real sense of impatience and frustration from your side here, George. And you've just been at this 2-day Yalta European Strategy meeting in Kyiv, the security conference, which is attended by more than 800 leading politicians, diplomats, businessmen, servicemen, analysts, etc. More than 30 countries. What was the mood like there?
The mood was positive. These sort of European security conferences, a lot of it is positive, good brouhaha, talking about positive things that are being taken. These major political conferences. It was a lot of good feelings and good vibes, and we're going to support Ukraine. I'm sure the sidebars were much more candid and much more productive. My sidebars and side conversations were more productive. I'm very curious. I'd love to be a fly on the wall and hear what the various different principles spoke about when it came to security guarantees for Ukraine, supporting Ukraine. And I think we're seeing some fruits from that meeting as well, right? Because as soon as Keith Kellogg came back from there, we had some interesting policy changes here in the United States. Donald Trump, for the first time publicly in his own rhetoric, acknowledged that Vladimir Putin is the aggressor. And then we ultimately got the 2 packages of $500 million of foreign military sales financed by European states to go to Ukraine, that Elbridge Colby approved, which is a significant victory here in the Pentagon bureaucratic political board. Good things are happening, and I'm not unclear to me how much.
Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the vitamin D3 and the K2. This stack will help build denser bone, especially when you're taking in calcium, do resistance training, but this stack will also help with your cardiovascular health. This will help to pull some of that calcium depositing and help reduce further calcium depositing. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the vitamin K2 and the vitamin D3. D3 also is very important to get cells to go into apoptosis if they've been infected. Super important to be taking, especially during the fall and the winter season. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com.
Was expedited because of good productive talks at the conference, but a lot of it was just good boilerplate speech, but a lot of important people, a lot of important people in one place, good things to happen.
And are you allowed to enlighten us at all about your productive conversations?
At this time, no.
Worth a try, right?
At this time, no. But look, it was a great time to ensure that the open source intelligence that we're doing at the Institute, that we did an azimuth check, did a key assumptions check, and we basically, we're looking at the right stuff. We will be publishing new assessments that are informed by some of the observations that we made, all developed in the open source in the coming days and weeks and months. So I look forward to sharing what we have it.
And yeah, I look forward to that. And it was called How to End the War. You talked about some of the positive things that may or may not have emanated from this summit. The Ukrainian military, it seems from the message that we have from the commander of the 3rd Corps of the Armed Forces of Ukraine, is preparing very much to continue the fight. And he talked, Andrei Bieletsky, about whoever's going to win the war. They're the ones that the first to develop a strategy, new tactical approaches. What evidence have you seen from each side of the war of that?
Yeah, that's true. This war is not going to be ending anytime soon, in my humble assessment. This is correct. I mean, Russian Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov just yesterday talked about how this war cannot be ended with land swaps. It cannot be ended with sanctions, putting more pressure on a Putin regime. Lavrov continues to say that it has to be dealt with here, that the term that they use is the root causes. So the underlying root causes must be fixed, and as of course, ultimatums and Russian veto over European security architecture, regime change in Kiev, denazification, demilitarization, all that jazz. Commander Bieletsky is correct. The states need to have a strategy. The Ukrainian state, I think, doesn't have a clear strategy right now because of the resourcing limitations, and it's very difficult to plan and develop a strategy when the Western the center of gravity, which is the Western support to Ukraine, has been in flux and continues to be in flux. Whereas Vladimir Putin had articulated a very clear strategic vision for his theory of victory, which is essentially we're going to outlast the West and we'll overcome. At the tactical level of warfare, both sides are innovating. Very interesting things are happening at the tactical level of war. As we know from open source intelligence, the Russians basically have abandoned mechanized warfare, and the primary tactic that they are now using are infiltration tactics, where they try to advance on foot or via motorcycle in these small mobilized groups of 2 to 3 soldiers at a time, to try to needle their way through Ukrainian defenses, find weak spots in the line, and advance slowly. And of course, they do make very slow advances that way at the tactical level, but at tremendous human cost. Ukrainians for now have tactics from the drone level, how they're trying to interdict those Russian servicemen, and it's fairly effective. However, what I'm looking at now is sort of a big discrepancy at the operational level for the drone warfare. So, for example, Ukrainians consistently now are complaining about how their intermediate operational rear, that is the zone from maybe 40 kilometers to 120 kilometers, the Russians can interdict them with drones with fiber optic cables, with improved Molnia drones, and really the highways that sustain the frontline positions are really quite dangerous. Now the Ukrainians have to build these elaborate long tunnels made out of netting to protect them from the drones. And meanwhile, unfortunately, the Russians can operate on their side of their rear, 40 to 120 kilometer zone, with close to impunity. Unfortunately, it seems that the Russians have actually matured and developed their intermediate range strike capability against the Ukrainians to degrade Ukrainian logistics, where the Russians operate with this near impunity. The sad thing is that the Ukrainians used to service that range with the HIMARS system. But the HIMARS have subsequently become ineffective or significantly more ineffective due to Russian electronic warfare. So we're paying very close attention to this intermediate drone campaign range, and there's going to have to be some, I think, operational concept development on the Ukrainian side to try to catch up with the Russians here.
And how closely are you watching, and how much?
That's the end of my broadcast for today. Thank you for listening. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Make sure you subscribe to all my channels. I have 4 channels on YouTube, Brighteon, Bitchute, and Rumble. And make sure you use discount 5 to get $5 off any order. Thank you for listening and have a nice day.